The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. The Emperor!
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
There's only two ways out of my command. On your feet like a man, or in a ditty bag. An itty bitty ditty bag. Got it?
This is Patrick Stewart, and I always watch Pop Talk with Pacific414. Make it so.
No! Never give up. Never surrender.
Big man authority!
Maybe I am insane. Maybe I am insane. And maybe it's time for you to find out how insane I am, yeah. Hey, freak show! You're going nowhere! I got you for 3 minutes! 3 minutes of free time!
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 YouTube channel, the Rumble channel, and also Pacific414 on X, along with Baron Orman Tagge. I am your host, Mike, and this afternoon we will host a watch party of Queen of the Ring, a movie that I saw back in March. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was a well-written story, well-acted story, and I'm interested to find out what all you have to say about this movie that's based on the life of Mildred Burke, who was the first female professional wrestler in our nation's history. And, you know, some of the names that pop up in this movie from the wrestling industry, you know, some of them like James E. Cornette. You also have Mickie James. You also have Toni Storm in it, and a few other wrestling names from WWE, AEW, and other organizations that have cameos in this movie. So I hope you enjoy it. But before we get to today's watch party, Baron, how are you doing?
Yo! I'm doing pretty okay here today. Nothing to complain about. I could, but why would anybody care? But don't take this wrong, Mike. It's almost a shame that we do have a watch party today because we had another busy week. I mean, since Wednesday even. Just Wednesday. Mm-hmm. What the hell is going on? You know, it's like that curse. You live in interesting times. Well, it seems like we are. Wow, it's just this and that. I lose track of what happened, when, how, and why because it's turning into a big blur. It's like, whoa, huh?
It is turning into a big blur, but I know there is something that you would like to talk about because you haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. I did talk about it before I started playing RoboCop Rogue City Unfinished Business on Thursday, and that is the Disney company settling with Gina Carano. So what are your thoughts on that?
The mouse blinked. I know we're talking just a touch afterwards. So I'll just bring it up into speed. But you were saying about how you were on Loki's channel and how others were out there bitching and whatnot. Not Loki. Because, Loki gets it. He knows. He's SMRT. But how people were bitching about, it didn't go to full trial. How did they, it should have gone to full trial so we could have got it in all the dirt. And it's like, the mouse blinked. Normally the mouse doesn't blink. They like to just crush anything that comes by and threatens their ego. And the fact that they did, and I think the big thing is I don't think they had the money. I don't think they got the money to waste on Gina Carano in this, and they had to admit their guilt. Their, for all those that scream about the First Amendment. Now, again, it's not First Amendment, but it's actually unfair practices of basically labor. They did. They fired someone because of their personal beliefs, which we are told in certain laws you cannot do. You can't fire a woman for being pregnant. You can't fire someone because they have a different political view than you, or a different religion, or a different skin color or gender. But yet Disney did so over a nothing burger. Everyone wants to sit back and say how horrible what she did. It's like, she didn't do anything wrong. Gina did nothing wrong. And it's great that Disney has been knocked down a peg. I'm sure KK over there is just livid at this. It's like, what do you mean I got to take the B back? Is what she's saying. And a few of the others. But as everything went around, there was nothing other than the fact that she expressed a personal opinion that she got fired or let go. Everyone says about how she was so courteous, kind, nice, good to work with, didn't cause drama, any of that stuff. In fact, they had to make drama to go after her with.
Drama that obviously didn't hold up even in the preliminary hearings. But I do have a question for you. Do you think one of the other reasons why Disney blinked was because Gina was backed by Elon Musk?
Yeah, I was actually going to get to that point with them not being able to afford it. I mean, when you got Elon behind you, whom she says she never met, and I believe her. This was a concerted attack, more so with Elon, I think, against the House of the Mouse than anything else. He saw an opportunity to do that. It doesn't mean he didn't do the right thing, but I think there was a little bit of a personal thing in there. And I think they realized that, Elon would just keep on hammering home on this if they kept going. So I think they were afraid of Elon, Mr. ex-Doge himself. So, yeah, this is a good day. This is a good day for all Americans. We want to sit back and look at it that way. But after having the almost decade plus of basically people's rights being eroded because of your political thought that we've had, to a point that you had virtually that segment still out there. Just like I sat back and said, you don't want to stifle your political opponent's freedom of speech, because people will start thinking, whoa, maybe there's something behind this. And in 2024, that happened. I don't want anybody's political speech stifled unless it is treasonous. So with that, yeah, this is again a perfect textbook. But this is a strike for us. Those of us out there who were afraid, we would get doxxed and things like that because we dare have a thought that was right of Marx, and therefore we were a bunch of goose-stepping fascists. So yeah, I love seeing it taken down. This is a great thing. This should never have happened. And yeah, call me a simp if you want for Gina Carano, but for crying out loud, Cara Dune was a great character, and lost her series because of this. They damaged her career because of little pittance, because they said they believed in strong women, but yet when a true strong woman comes, they had to destroy her because she wasn't marching goose step with the House of the Mouse.
Nope. But one thing I did say on Thursday before I started playing RoboCop Rogue City Unfinished Business is I hope that this verdict skyrockets Gina Carano's career.
I think it will. She's not. It sounds like she's. Things are starting to also rumble right now. I think about Hollywood trying to see how this would turn out, and it's like, well, maybe we should get on the good side. And this is, I think this is one of the blows that's going to be changing Hollywood. That 5-year thing I said, I think this is one of them. This is one of the things because if this isn't waking up Hollywood, I don't know what else will, other than their complete and utter destruction. Honestly.
Now, here's a question I'm going to pose to you because I posed to the same question to the chat Thursday. Do you think she'll go back and work for Disney and get her Rangers of the New Republic series back? The show that was supposed to be centered around her?
You know, I wouldn't put it past her, to be honest with you, as kind of a, this is something I earned. You stole away. I'm back, bitches. And making sure that, I wouldn't doubt if she would turn around and park in KK's parking spot just to bring the point across. I don't think she'd go that way. But I think she would want to do a victory lap. The big thing is what are they going to do with the show? Are they going to sabotage it? But that's something Disney can't do. They're hurting too bad. They
need good press right now. Fantastic Four is not the success they wanted it to be.
Right. Not only do they need, the good word, they need to have the success. They can't dump a bunch of money just to sabotage somebody by being petty. Maybe, a few years back they could, when they had a little bit more of that Chinese money coming in, China. But not a lot of those, should we say, money flows have come to a stop. They can't do that. So if they do go with that show, they're going to have to try to make sure it's a good show because they know that she'll be a draw. People out of curiosity will want to see what she's doing. I think they kind of made it known that this Rangers of the Republic is probably going to come back now, and that she's going to be working for Disney. I wouldn't doubt that was part of it. She hasn't released everything what the terms were.
And this is what I said Thursday. I don't think we're ever going to find out the full terms of this deal. It's really none of our business. It's between Gina, her lawyers, Disney, and their lawyers.
The only way it would be is closer to if you have stock or something like that in Disney. You want to know how much of a hit you took and what it is that's going to cost you, and stuff might leak out from there. But this is between them. But even the Harlan Ellison, James Cameron little spat that went along because Cameron's nothing but a dirty little thief. They kind of weren't going to talk about it. Then Harlan did start talking about it because Cameron opened his big fat fucking mouth and then tried to take one of the concessions off, which was that Harlan's name was in credits, and he was going to try to take Harlan's name off those credits because of it. And Cameron's up putts. If you want to look at it, just about everything he makes, he's stolen from other people. So I just got to see that. But I think we will find out quite a bit of what this deal entitles, especially if that series does come back, or what opportunities through the House of the Mouse will come. Basically, it's one of those things where maybe part of it is like you owe her, especially for all these years that you damaged her career and where she could be now.
You damaged her brand, or you damaged her name.
Because you're nothing but a bunch of spiteful, pathetic bees, especially you, Kathleen Kennedy. And now I'm not going into it. If there is one thing that should be the topping, the end all be all that Disney gets rid of her, this should be it. Because this is the last insult. This should be the last insult KK did to Lucasfilm and of course, Disney. This should be. But, it is House of the Mouse and all that. I mean, wouldn't it be funny if that was
Hollywood? They like the tail upwards.
Right. But wouldn't it be funny if we woke up and all of a sudden, boom, Of course, everybody out there was like, see, we predicted it. We predicted that they get rid of her. It's like, yeah, how many years? It's like, I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but it should be. It should be the icing on the cake, because this is a big black eye. And even the little sniveling little blue-haired land whales out there that hate her because she was lied about.
Her name was smeared.
Right. That's why you have also part of that lawsuit. There was libel. There was slander.
Defamation of character.
Right. They went out there and said all the stuff that was not true. And nobody dared want to look at the original tweet. They were more than willing to listen to the liars. Well, you're effing idiots. And if we did look at it and looked at it anything other than what she wrote on it, again, you're effing idiots. You're just absolute morons. So after all that, KK had that black eye. There was more people for her than against her. In fact, a hell of a lot more for her than against her. It was only the vocal Twitter twats that were out there that was doing that. Yeah, this is great. And I hope all of them out there, they, zers, blue-haired, which is causing brain damage with all that dye, overweight, covered with tattoos, that nonsensical tattoos that make them look like a fat Goodyear blimp. Let them cry. Just keep on crying, because you guys are losing. You're finally getting yours. And God bless Gina Carano.
Yeah.
God bless her tenacity.
I can't say it enough. I'm happy for her. I'm happy that she got the deal that she wanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm also happy to see Old Gamer 72 Cutlass here with us today. Good to see you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also glad to see Shane, also known as your Ron, here with us today. Who says women's sports needs more men to be better. Every Democrat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, about right.
And I also want to say hello to the lovely Lady Mist for
Hi,
being
Lady
here.
Mist. Mm-hmm.
And I did see your emoji comment that you left for Saturdays. The adventure continues. It's already been started here on StreamYard, because if I don't do it today, then that comment will disappear on YouTube and I won't be able to highlight it on Saturday.
Okay.
No. I'm mentioning it because if you wait too long to highlight a comment
it'll
from
go
the comment section in YouTube, it disappears.
Mm-hmm. No.
So I've already put the star next to it. This way it saves it, and when the show starts Saturday, then Lady Miss will get the credit she deserves.
Yeah. But, what you were sitting back saying also about, like, the Fantastic Four, isn't it great that both Fantastic Four and Superman are not doing the way they want?
No, they're not.
Mm-mm. Superman is going to barely break even.
It's sad that you have these summer tentpole movies, and they're not doing what movies had done in the past.
Mm-mm.
It used to be, come summertime, you have these summer blockbusters come out, and people will go see them in droves. But people aren't going to see them in droves for various reasons. And one of them being bad stories and the way Hollywood treats the rest of us.
Yeah. Particularly Cash.
And Old Gamer says that he doesn't believe Gina will return to Disney.
I can see that, but I don't know. I just get this feeling that she might. Because I think they're, as lovely as a woman she is, there's a bit of spite to her. And I think there might have been something in that agreement.
Well, could you blame her? Could you blame anybody that was put in that situation?
No. I would not blame her at all. In fact, I wholeheartedly encourage it. I think she needs to do that victory lap around the House of the Mouse. One hand holding a victory flag and the other one flipping off the bird. Just make sure someone's driving, other than her.
And I do want to say hello to Anthony Manzano, who says, "Hi guys, just subscribe to the channel. Well, welcome to Pacific 4 and 4. Glad you're here."
Welcome to mess. Yeah, welcome to mess.
And Anthony says the reason why that is because movie tickets and concessions are way too expensive for families. The movie theaters have conditioned families to wait till streaming. The entire industry has conditioned people to wait till streaming. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody's forgotten when the first Dune movie came out in 2021, and they, of course, had it in theaters for those that were open, but they also had it streaming on HBO Max. Well, what did I end up doing? I ended up watching it at home. I didn't go to the theater.
I went to the theater. I was virtually forced to do so by Mexican Iron Man. I was sitting in a Mexican restaurant of all places, having a birthday meal, and he calls up and he goes, "You gotta go. Coach also said so. You got me and Coach. You gotta go see it. Okay. I'll do it, Mike."
Well, Smikes can be very persuasive at times.
Really, I didn't notice that. I haven't talked to him in ages. I miss the guy.
Me, all I have to do is sharpen my bat lip, and then you're like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually have a bat lip. I wish I did, though.
Yeah, but do you see all the lightsabers Mexican Iron Man has?
Yeah. The last collector stream last year that we had, he was showing off some of his lightsabers that he had in his collection.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gotten more. And you know who really got a chance to see those lightsabers? Pastor Paul.
Well, I mean, Paul's got a nice collection himself.
He does.
And Anthony says, to be honest, I don't think Gina Carano 1 likes people think she did. I think the settlement was best for both parties because it would have come out that Gina was causing issues on set. I don't think that's the way it was. I don't think that's why Disney settled. I think it was that Gina's lawyers had dirt on Disney that Disney didn't want to have come out.
Because nobody,
because no big corporation would settle with anyone like Gina Carano unless they had information they didn't want to get out.
And besides, everybody, including Pedro Pascal, had anything bad to say about her.
No,
except for that one tweet. Nobody had anything bad to say about her. And that's the thing. You would have thought that through that time there, even the Disney smear machine would have, gone out and been successful doing it, which they're very good at doing. But no, Carl Weathers and all the others couldn't say anything bad. In fact, they'd say about how they got along with her.
Even Pedro. Pedro.
And I think this is more of a victory, definitely for her. Again, we don't know what the full terms are, but they're probably closer to what Gina wanted, and they convinced otherwise that maybe it's not best to take this to court or whatnot, because I think they were more, this was Elon's lawyer team. They were about to put him through the ringer.
And that's the thing, Anthony. None of us knows how each party treated each other behind the scenes because we weren't there. We only go by what information that we're given, and to be honest, we don't even know if that information is correct.
Right. But their little Zoom call things for sensitivity training, we know what that was a fact.
Yeah, we do.
And nobody's an angel. Nobody's an angel.
No, not in that industry. I mean, that's a cutthroat industry. You have to pretty much do what it takes to get to the top, whether it be on the corporate level or if you want to be a movie star or a television star.
It also depends on when people started acting a certain way. Did she start getting a little more after they were trying to go after her with, all the pressure they're putting on her? Anybody would start turning into a bit of a, what, because of that. And especially if you're not getting backing from some of the people on the set who had no problem with you. It's like, come on. And then, it's one of those where we defended, I defended you for things, but you can't step up. You have people that were saying worse things like Pedo Pascal. I mean, it's just, but everything's all good for him. So I think she won. I think there was a big victory lap. I don't think she was the big problem. Disney is, and they just didn't like having someone who was not. I think her problem behind the scenes was she wasn't following KK and the rest of the sycophants around like a sycophant. That she was willing that, okay, you do your thing, I do my thing, and they don't like that. They didn't like that. Don't like that at Disney. And in Hollywood either.
Went at the beat of her own drum.
Right. And the same thing with the whole thing about Hollywood. The most fake people there are out there is the majority of the actors and actresses. Why? They don't know how to think for themselves. They get told what to do, what to say, because it's the nature of the business. You go on the set, you have a director telling you what to say. You have a publicist telling you what to do and what to say. You have a producer. You have the studio. So all they can do is just be a sycophant spewing forth whatever it is. But you have someone comes along that dares rock that, of course. Occults don't like that.
No, they don't. And you're going to also see it in Queen of the Ring when we start watching it. And, the wrestling industry really hasn't changed all that much as far as how they approach things and how they tell the wrestlers, this is what you're going to do. This is who you're going to put over. And this is why you're going to do it.
And the audibles. Oh, we're going to change that at the last minute.
Yeah. I mean, some audibles have been called because of injuries, so it's one of those things where, okay, I was supposed to lose to you, but now I'm going to go over on you because you're injured. And that's how we're calling it.
So, it's... And not only that, fandom. Remember the last year, all the dirt that came out of Comic-Con, which is nothing new and probably happened the last time. No, something come out.
And some did happen this year. I saw a report out of Fox 5 San Diego where 11 arrests were made because of trafficking. And
it's been there. And and remember, Comic-Con is such a studio-driven thing now. Again, it's going back to the studio. What just because you got Harvey Weinstein, well, he's loose now again, but isn't he? I can't remember. But
he's still in prison.
He's still in prison. I can't remember. The things get shuffled around for BS reasons. But just because he got taken down doesn't mean it stopped.
No, because you get rid of one head of a snake, another will appear.
Well, it's like the Hydra. Yeah. You cut one head off and a couple more show up.
But there was another topic that we wanted to talk about before we started today's movie, and that was passing of astronaut Jim Lovell, one of our first astronauts to go into the final frontier. And did you have anything that you wanted to say about it, Baron?
Well, I get one of the pioneers of getting into space. They had that little disaster that they survived miraculously. We can't deny it. Of course, Apollo 13, the movie, did the Hollywood version of that flight, directed by Ron Howard. I think the only downside in his life that he could probably claim is the fact he had Tom Hanks play him in a movie. Other than that, think of that magnificent career and what he did. And I don't think he got enough accolades, and the rest of the crew, by the way. And just imagine that you set off to follow in the footsteps of Neil and the others, because this is like the third attempt, because he had 11, 12, this is 13. And it's like, oh, I can't, this happens. And then you're forced to have to keep on going that way and orbit back, because that's the only way you can get home. So you're seeing the object of your, the target, but you can't do anything about it. So you just have to watch it swing by and go back and have that opportunity cheated from you. But, and most of the thing is you're trying to live, trying to survive. And, and thank God they got, 97 years old, folks. Normally we're bemoaning how, we're losing people, but when you have someone who goes at 97, I said 95, 97, it doesn't matter if it's 2020, 2025, or these suck-ass years that we've had. That's a long, good life, and you can't
long, good life,
what you is.
And he still left behind a legacy because of the fact that, yes, he never actually got to land on the moon, but the fact that he and his fellow astronauts made it back during that Apollo 13 mission when they all could have died because of that oxygen tank blowing.
And did come close to dying. I think more than once.
Yep. And
they were having to use the LEM to survive in, and not the main capsule.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, imagine that you're in the main capsule, and then because of the explosion of the oxygen tank, you have to go into the lander, which isn't designed for that kind of flight capacity. That's why you have the module. But they had to do something, and they had to do something quick.
Yeah. Talk about calling audibles.
And,
audibles for life.
Trying to keep in communication with NASA on the ground, and NASA trying to keep in communication with them. And there were points where they lost communication. So, how scary is that? You've lost communication with the ground, and NASA's lost communication with you. It's like, did something happen to him? You're hoping something didn't happen to him, but
right.
That's the one thing that they all had to be thinking of back then.
Yeah, I mean, before that, the big tragedy was Apollo 1. Where, during the test, they had that fire and all three crew members gone, Chaffee and Grissom, and, which was horrible. And this almost turned into one of those, except they did make it into space.
And Anthony has a question for us. Did Jim Lovell actually say, Houston, we have a problem? Yes, he did. It wasn't something that Hollywood just made up. No, he actually did say, Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, no Mandela effect there. Yeah. And calmly. It's amazing how calm it was, too. It's like, you're screwed. You're screwed. And he's just still go, Houston, we have a problem.
Well,
it's just the training, just the professionalism they have.
I was going to say, let's try to put ourselves in his mindset and that crew's mindset. They're trained for this mission. They already know how dangerous it is. Now they have this event happen, and they don't know if they're going to get back. So they're going to, gather their composure and say, Houston, we have an issue up here, and tell Houston what the issue is, and go from there. Knowing that there's a good chance they're going to die.
Right.
Thankfully, they didn't.
Yeah, amen.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about Jim Lovell right now.
Yeah. I mean, compared to Blue Origin, where Bezo, Jeff, we have a problem. My nail broke.
now.
I mean, this is the hours and hours and months of training those astronauts went through. It's just amazing. Then you got that dingbat Katy Perry and the others saying that they're astronauts. No, you're not. And this right here, Apollo 13, Lovell, these are reasons why you're not. How would you have been able to handle up there? You know, you would have peed your pants and peed and pooped your pants. And before anyone sits back and say I'm just being mean to them, I would do the same thing too. Because I'm not trained. It's like, first you say it, then you do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why you need those months of training.
No, I don't know if he, you know, as far as permanently working for NASA as head of Central Command in Houston, I'm trying to find that information out right now, and because I honestly don't know.
Mm-hmm.
If you find it before me, Baron, please let me know.
Well, let's take a look. He was, of course, in there. Of course, he had gone into space before, obviously. He was in the Gemini program. Gemini 7 and 12. Then, of course, we go along here, Apollo 13, later life. And he retired from he retired completely in 73 from both Navy and space program. Went to work at the Bay Housing Tower Company in Houston, Texas. Yeehaw! And became their CEO in 75. He became president of Fisk Telephone Systems in 77. He worked for the Centel Corporation in Chicago, retiring as executive vice president in 91. Now, of course, he was a recipient of the Distinguished Eagle Scout Award. He was by keeping warm by rubbing two astronauts together. He was, I'm sorry, I had to do that one. Recognized as the Boy Scout for their Silver Buffalo Award. He served as directors for several organizations, the Federal Signal Corporation in Chicago from 84 to 03, Aeronautics Corporation of America in his hometown of Milwaukee from 90 to 99, Centel from 87 to 91. And they opened a restaurant in Lake Forest, Illinois, Lovell's of the Lake Forest, and it displayed memorabilia from his time at NASA. And the restaurant, though, was sold and in 2006 and put on the market. The property is being auctioned that same month. So, yeah, he kind of left the space ace behind him after that. And I don't really blame him, but you know, he already did a lot of stuff for people.
And Anthony, this wasn't a space shuttle mission.
No,
back then. This was a lunar mission. They took a literal rocket up into space. It separated into a couple of components, and you had the main module, which they navigated in to get to the moon, and then you had the lunar module, which they used to land on the moon.
Right. You know, similar to, well, like Blue Origin, how they shoot the Super Pecker into space and it separates, or even Elon SpaceX, where, you know, you have the two modules, but they're a lot smaller than the Saturn V, or the Enigma that the Russians had, probably still have, I don't know, that they used to try to get their space shuttle up to Baran. So, yeah, this is long before, because space shuttle started flying in 81. I think it was 81.
Yeah, 81 was the first mission. That was Discovery, if memory serves me correctly.
No, Columbia. Columbia is the first one. And that was their first shuttle, followed by Challenger. And then it was, I think it was Discovery, Atlantis, and then Endeavour took over for Challenger after she went boom. But of course, you had the Enterprise test flights, like in this, you know, like 77, 78 on up. But yeah, this is the Apollo program, and yeah, they were shooting up there for a lot of Apollo missions, including one where they connected together with a Soyuz capsule up there as a thing of friendship between us and the Soviet Union.
Yes, but some of the procedures that they did implement after the Apollo 13 mission was the need for new procedures to be written and tested in a simulator before being passed to the crew, especially in response to the mission's navigational challenges, the importance of safety protocols, and redundancy in mission planning, which were rapidly applied to the remaining Apollo missions. And they also implemented the necessity for improved insulation and design changes to protect wiring following lessons learned from the Apollo 1 fire in 1967. These lessons have continued to guide NASA safety and mission assurance practices today.
Yeah, the Apollo 1 told them to dial back on the oxygen because they had so much oxygen in there, I think almost to 100%, that just a little spark would make it go boom, which obviously it did. The space shuttle back, after 86 there, when they discovered was the O-rings, was a complete overhaul of the boosters. So, and and many of these flights is basically a learning experience. You learn something new that you add to the book.
Because here's what I distinctly remember from watching the news after the Challenger incident was the fact that when they were preparing for the next mission into space, they, of course, were nervous, but you would see that they were testing the boosters and doing all sorts of tests because they don't want that same incident to happen again. And they realize that because of the temperature that particular morning, that they need to be very careful about what time of day they launch to.
Yeah, shrinkage. That's basically what it was, shrinkage of the O-ring. And that's what caused it all there. And they also changed it to the fact when they found out that the members that were on the top deck of the Challenger were still alive when they hit the water. I know that's disturbing to hear. Basically, the ones down below and, of course, the lower deck helped blunt the force of the explosion. They made them start wearing the full astronaut outfit all the time going into space. While at that time they were basically wearing their jumpsuits because
their flight suits.
Yeah, it was basically that's how common it was. It's like getting in a car and having a Sunday drive.
And no, your question doesn't sound like you're criticizing them in hindsight as a person who has never been in that situation. No, you're asking questions. You're hoping that we have some of the answers. If we don't have some of the answers, we're looking it up to find the answers.
Right. Not at all. It doesn't. No. There's no criticism. Again, as it goes, it's the whole thing with the dangerous nature of the beast is a learning experience. No matter what, every flight is, every SpaceX, every Blue Origin, every other flight that you're shooting up there. We hope that with the Russians still shooting stuff up there, for them, they're a lot more reckless than us, and they have they have more of an unofficial body count than we do. But they only let the one out about the 3 astronauts that didn't close the capsule properly and suffocated on the way home. That was their big disaster that they had. But there's many others they don't talk about, including when they sit back and say that picture of the Earth, and they say, then they sit back and say, every person that lived and died is in this picture. You're missing 3 because they were doing a flight and the thing overshot and kept going and going and going and going. So somewhere out there's a Soyuz capsule with 3 people in it. Former people, you might say. So Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's why these missions are very dangerous, and it takes a unique individual to do this, be it man and woman. And yeah, back in the day, you had that two Russian females. One came back. That was another one of the part of the body count that we don't know about because there's secrecy. But the only reason why I'm seeing that is
there's that one who didn't come back, and she knew she was going to die. And every time she came within radio range, she let them have it.
Yeah, she was known as the "fuck you cosmonaut." That's basically it, and because, well, what did she have to worry about? She started from on top and worked her way down into individual officers she knew before the final end.
It wasn't like they could do anything to her.
Right.
They couldn't discipline her, and she knew her fate, and he was pissed at them for setting her up there in the condition that her craft was in.
Plus, she didn't have to worry about political correctness. She didn't have to worry about being silenced. She could let her grievances out about the system, Just because you're part of Soviet Union does not mean you appreciate Soviet Union.
But without astronauts like Jim Lovell, I don't think anybody, I don't care what country you're from, I don't think anybody would have ventured out into space.
Yeah, they studied that playbook he did. Anyone who was part of the space program, which at that time was us in the Soviet Union, to make sure that they don't have the similar problem. Or if they do, they can do a better job because they have a little bit more planned out.
I mean, it's not just Jim Lovell. John Glenn orbiting the Earth for the United States. Yes, the Russians did it first, but still, anybody who's taken that dangerous trek out into space on man-made craft, you got to give them kudos.
Yeah, Yuri Gagarin being the first one up there to orbit. You had Shepard; he went up there, but he didn't orbit. So, which of course, Katy Perry and the Pinheads were sitting back thinking, "We got that same thing as he did." No, you didn't.
You went up and then you came down.
Right. He went up and went down, but he had a lot of training. Yeah, he was all that, but of course, you had Glenn, who did go around a few times, and he kept growing and growing and growing. That's why it's a space race.
And before we get started with today's movie, I do want to say hello to your better half, the Lone Suffering.
Yeah, she suffers by having me in her life.
I hope she's doing well today.
No, she is. She's doing pretty good.
Good.
She only fell asleep once on the couch this morning. That's how exciting I am.
And folks, again, if you'd like to watch the movie with us, the Cosme link is pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube and Rumble. I did pin it into the chat section over on X, and I'm going to go ahead and start the movie in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
For the Emperor. No, it's kind of funny. We watched Long Suffering and I. We watched Good Will Hunting last night. And I had to talk to her more about this on her take, but she said that seeing it again like this after all those years, she was less impressed with it.
Well, sometimes you go see a movie and Good Will Hunting came out in 97, 98?
Yeah, 97.
So at the time you're enthralled with it, you're amazed by it, and then you go back and watch the movie and you're going, it's not as good as I thought it was.
I thought it was very good. Nothing like seeing a cat fight in the ring.
Yep. And again, I hope you all enjoy the movie, and I'd love to hear your thoughts afterwards, or even during the movie.
Mm. Mm-hmm. No.
Mm-mm.
Because it
It's
was
a different time
nutty.
back then.
Mm-hmm. Water. He did.
I love seeing the old cans for the crackers and stuff in the
Yeah,
background.
I know. My grandmother had one of those. She kept all the crackers in.
Yep. My grandmother on my dad's side did.
Boo! Boo!
And yes, he is the heel.
Mhm. Of course, everybody loves the heel. Mm, yeah.
Picture running good for you?
Yeah. It just had a burp. Oh, it looks like the rip is down.
Yep. Still happens in wrestling today.
Yep. The smile says it all.
Yep.
You're all on. Boo! Boo!
And welcome to Tree Rock and the Cosmic Side, and also Diane P. Welcome.
Aha! Throw stuff at him and he throws it back.
Yep.
See, that's something that the WWE can't replicate anymore.
No, it's too scripted. It's too corporate.
Mm-hmm. Aww.
Hope your day's going well, Tree Rock. He's like, no, I wanted something different, Dad.
Yeah. Aw. Eating his favorite paint chips. Look at those guns. Woo.
Yeah, she worked out. And Emily Bett Rickards, who's playing Millie, said she was grateful to have actual female wrestlers in the ring working on this movie with her to kind of show her the ropes.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Mom, don't be so catty.
Well, she is the mama. It is her restaurant.
Not the mama. Not the mama. Yeah.
And Diane P says women's wrestling went way back before this first champion was black, if I remember right. Yep.
Back.
But it took multiple people to really get women's wrestling started and really get it into the limelight.
In some ways, it was treated as a freak show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Queen of the Rain is directed by Ash Avildsen, who is the son of John G. Avildsen, who directed Rocky.
Adrian! Ooh.
A backbreaker.
Ding. Yeah. Oh. Of course, it's the day before steroids and all that.
Yeah.
Mm. Hmm.
And they still go through this type of training, even in WWE
Yeah, you
down
got
at
to.
Performance Center, because you have to know the basics. You have
Hmm.
to know how to properly land in the ring. Otherwise, you're going to end up hurting yourself.
Right, because it's a stunt show.
Mm-hmm. You have to trust your partner in the ring,
Hmm.
and they have to trust you. And Diane's ran up that dated back in early 1900s. There's a page on YouTube which has some pictures of women when they wrestled. They're just pics. I find it interesting. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's how
I
you
think,
learn, though, is
yeah.
by looking at the pictures and finding out about these women who, you know, yeah, it was not legal for them to do so, but they still wanted to do it. No
Oh,
different than
yeah.
the men.
Just like bare knuckle fighting today.
Mm-hmm.
You have to find out where they were. So hers is a tale of turning into a legitimate thing,
Mm-hmm.
which is an uphill battle in by itself too.
Yeah.
I just can't.
That would be me.
Oh, that is me. Hmm. In fact, no.
And $25. I mean, back then, that was a lot of money.
Hmm.
Mm. Yeah, this is how you used to see wrestling shows at
Yeah,
carnivals and fairs.
yeah, yeah. Because it was basically kind of a, again, insane. It was freak shows type of thing. It was a
Sideshow act.
sideshow act, stuff like that they had back then for that wrestling. Suck them in.
Or as it's known now as the camel clutch.
Mhm.
And Diane's bringing up that most of them traveled so much they didn't make a lot of money, but did prove their talents. Absolutely.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. And she had to prove herself. She didn't just walk out there and go, I'm a woman, hear me roar.
No,
I mean,
she had to be able to take the bumps and the bruises and
mm-hmm,
the verbal abuse, the physical abuse.
mm-hmm.
Because Billy Wolfe wasn't a saint.
Oh, hell no. In fact, they had a nasty falling out.
Mm-hmm. Which you'll see it in the movie.
Oh. Yeah. Now he wants to give her another ring.
Mm-hmm. And Diane says they earned respect more, but back then they wrestled problems. Most times they wrestled their only race. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Mom.
Liking it so far?
Oh, yeah. Definitely drawing in. I think some guys just wanted to get in to get beaten up by her.
Yeah.
Good music.
Yeah. Real good music. Of course, this is Jim Cornette.
Yeah.
It was a tough sell.
Yeah, it was. Oh my.
And that's Francesca Eastwood playing Mae Young. I could look it up on IMDb. Yes, Damaris Lewis plays Babs Wingo in the movie.
Billy the Wolf.
And Mae Young passed away a few years ago. And
Yeah.
she was a WWE Hall of Famer. And a lot of times when she appeared in WWE or WWF, depending on how old you are, she would appear with the Fabulous Moolah, who in this movie, even though it's uncredited, the Fabulous Moolah is played by Mickie James, former WWE and TNA Knockouts champion in the women's division.
Oklahoma. Oklahoma.
I've seen Oklahoma more than I can admit. Well, that's because my mom and sister loved it so much.
I know. I think the long suffering watched it the other day.
Yes, you can see that Billy, he's a two-time player.
Yep. Oh, into the tent. The start of things going south.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure you are.
And Diane says, I wish I knew his channel content. I found very interesting just how it started at times. I got lucky on YouTube finding pages. Yeah, it's one of those things where we all start watching something related to a particular topic, and then YouTube starts recommending different channels where they're covering the same or similar topics, and you discover a channel and you don't subscribe right away. At least I've had cases where I don't subscribe right away, and then you're like, oh, what was the name of that channel? So you're searching, and sometimes you find it, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, I know. That's one thing I hate about the tub. Well, he does look a lot like Billy Wolfe.
I thought they did real good casting when they casted the actors compared to the actual person they're portraying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Francesca Eastwood actually looks like a younger Mae Young.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Back in a time where you didn't have to worry about seatbelts.
Mm-hmm.
That facial expression should tell you everything. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah. And Diane says, book he has goes deep in the content. I wish I would have subscribed to it. I know the feeling. And of course, notice how her opponents wrestling in her bare feet, just like Kevin Von Erich wrestled in his bare feet.
Yep. Got yourself a good fight going here.
Uh-huh. Hey, you might as well do that. He has bare feet. You don't.
It's a free for all.
And Tree Rock's saying he likes Josh Lucas, but he doesn't like when he plays the bad guy. And it looks like he's the bad guy in this movie. Yep. Yeah, nailed it.
Uh-oh. 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 Yeah. Yeah, motorists.
What I'll have to do one of these times is look up any YouTube channels about professional wrestling historians and see if I can find this YouTuber that you're talking about, Diane.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Count to 3.
No. I mean, any of us who have suffered any kind of knee injury
Oh,
know that our knee not the same afterwards.
that's true. That's why when we were doing live steel combat, that was the one thing that was part of the rules is you do not go for the knees because one, it was the hardest thing to try to protect in the sense of armor or such. And it could cause serious damage. So basically we kept everything basically waist up or, our hips up. We could take hip shots with the swords and all that. But even when you're trying to pull the blade, roll the blade so it doesn't do a hard impact. When it comes around a knee, you don't F around with that.
No.
So,
it's off limits.
very off limit, yeah. So is the head, but occasionally, headshots were not accepted, except for the one fact that sometimes they happen accidentally. But that's why we wore helmets, You bastard.
Bullshit, Billy.
Ooh. Make sure the blood got on there. Good job on that one. Yeah, if cheating on her wasn't enough, backhanding.
Mm-hmm. And Diane says there's a channel with old matches of 1050s matches from Chicago and from Missouri. I'll have to check that out.
That was straight to the point.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, how wrestling was choreographed, back in the early days compared to how it is now.
Yeah. Ding. No.
Don't you miss that, though, Baron, being able to slam the receiver?
Oh, yeah. I miss it. Oh. Room. No. No shitting. Hmm.
No, they don't. It was all done completely different in the early days.
Yep.
I mean, you go back and look at some of the matches from the 1980s in
Hmm.
WWF and compare it to now, and it's still different because it's changed. Like a lot of things, they change.
Yeah.
One thing I was disappointed about when it came to this movie was the fact that it was only out in my area for only a week. Because I wanted to go back and see it again when it was out.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Pat Wannabe. Good to see you, brother.
That I want to be
Yep, he's over on the Cosme side.
Mr. Pata Cosme B. Yeah. Don't.
And that's Tony Storm, who's in AEW. And there's Martin Cove. And Diane says, commentator traveled around matches were from Independence, Missouri.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, look at those streets.
Mm-hmm.
That's not. That's not gonna go well.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot matches, shoot promos.
I think someone's going to be a heel.
Yeah. Well, even now in professional wrestling, you could have a big match with two baby faces and two heels, for example, and one of the baby faces will turn heel, one of the heels will turn baby face.
Mm-hmm.
And Diane says, I never heard of her. She wrestled. Her name was Shirley Stemple, but Mildred Burke is some of the matches as well. Let me go ahead and look up Shirley Stemple, and I'll bring her up.
Yeah. Yeah, both ways. Looking more like a dance out than anything.
Yep. Here's one I found of her.
Mm.
Kind of brings you back to Indiana Jones, showing the map and showing where they're going.
Yeah.
Well, that's how promoters look at it today, too.
Yep.
Who's the top draw?
Mm-hmm. That. Shoot match. Eastwood dog is hot.
Yep. Hey, Wolfie, good to see you, brother.
Oh, how you doing, man?
How's your Sunday going, man? I appreciate the information, Diane. Well, I appreciate you coming by while you're watching the football game.
Yeah.
And that's how they communicate today. They'll even
Yep.
put their arms in front of the other guy's or gal's face so they can communicate. And
Mm-hmm. Don't do it.
all she had to do was give him a look like, that's not enough. Come on, Billy.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Convenience.
Mm-hmm. Hey, she may be helping to book some of the matches, but she's put her body at risk. And
Yep. I mean, he did his bit out there, getting his butt kicked.
mm-hmm.
Now, nope. Kill him, kill him.
That's how it used to be with kayfabe. Now
Yep.
kayfabe doesn't even exist.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you still had that back in the 80s.
Yeah, you did. Mm-hmm. But another thing I do like about this is incorporating actual video from the actual matches, if there was any that was recorded.
Mm-hmm. I see the bar back there, and I think to myself, I'd love to sit there, have a few drinks, and watch him practice.
Mm-hmm.
What they deserve. And see, that's the one thing modern entertainment has forgotten. Give the audience what they deserve.
Exactly. Not what you think they deserve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You be.
You could feel the ice tension, couldn't you?
Yep. Yep. Ooh.
But see, it wasn't widely accepted back then. There
Yep.
were women that frowned on other women trying to pave the way.
And see, that's what they viewed it as.
Mm-hmm.
The sexuality part, especially. Yeah.
Definitely have things to look up after the stream is over. And you can tell that's not CGI for the muscles. She actually
No.
worked at it.
He did.
Before there was Ric Flair, there was Gorgeous George.
Yep.
Working on their promo skills.
Mhm. God, I miss this type of wrestling. Hey, heel.
Yep. And of course, Gorgeous George who famously bleached his hair blonde.
Yep. Oh my.
And of course, The one on the far right is Naomi from WWE.
Mm-hmm. As happy as I can be. It kind of shows too that in the face of adversity and having things seemingly against you like this is when you get the best.
Yep. I can tell you're enjoying the movie.
Me? Oh yeah, great movie. Good cinematography, great. You know how they have the sets all. The sets done.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the
The
acting,
lighting for the
even
sets.
the lighting, the acting, the script. I mean, this is what we need.
I'm sure you're already seeing why I wanted to see it for a second time. But unfortunately, like I said, my theater only had it for that week.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't.
No. He's using each and every one of those women to get the money.
Yeah, he loves what they can do for him. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna look them up right now.
Don't tease a boy like that.
Mm-mm.
There we go. Some good music, some more.
Mm-hmm.
Go it alone.
And there's Padawan on the YouTube side who says that was definitely not proper lifting procedure or posture.
He's complaining?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Notice how much of a snake Billy is.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Ooh. See, Cash is missing out on the actor he thinks he exemplifies there, with Walter Goggins. Cash thinks he's our Walter Goggins. So
I'm not gonna lie and say I wish Cash was here to watch this movie, but I also understand that he's got things going on in his personal life that he's trying to take care of.
I know I'm gonna bust his chops though, because if I didn't do it, he thinks something's wrong. He thinks I would hate him. So I got to make him feel good somehow. Cash, Walter Goggins there. Maybe a young Ben Affleck, but especially with that chin.
Mm-hmm.
How he kind of struts around on the show here like he's a Walter Goggins. No. Yeah, Mae Young when she was younger. Eastwood looks a lot like her.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Mae Young, even when she got older, she was still a feisty lady.
Oh, yeah, till the day she died. Yes. I heard they had a hard time closing the coffin because she kept on trying to get out and wrestle somebody. And retiring in 2010, jeez.
Yeah. And every year in their performance league for WWE, they have a Mae Young Classic.
Mm.
You're not wrong, Tree Rock.
Oh, that. Mm. The kind of fun wrestling. F them. Yeah. I've heard of hand-me-downs, but this is ridiculous.
Again, for Billy and Mildred, it's a business relationship.
Yep. Exactly. It was something more, but now she wanted to make sure she didn't get hosed over.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Daddy.
And just like he backhanded Mildred earlier, he backhanded
Mm-hmm.
his own son.
Mm-hmm. Because he's an a-hole.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, he wasn't a saint.
Mm-mm.
You look it up about the real Billy Wolfe, and he was not a saint.
Yeah. Ordinary. Yeah.
Of course, Johnny Cash did a cover of this song.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Using.
Well, you know, trash talking, it still works.
Yep. He does look a lot like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Billy. Yeah.
Bill is an asshole.
Yep. Take the loss. You'll get more money. Look at those beautiful cars.
Mm-hmm. Car from today hits those cars. Hits a car from today that suffers the damage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're in for it now, Billy boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. But they're good makeup work, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's so easy to do stuff like that over the top, and they didn't. They actually made it look like she really did get keel hauled on.
And maybe it's the fact that Ash Edville directed this and his father directed Rocky, and he took lessons from, what his father did for Rocky
Mm-hmm.
and applied it here.
Yep. He's lucky those ladies didn't just go and keel haul him.
Mm-hmm. But again, they're probably too afraid because he was the one that was promoting them. He was the one helping them earn their money, and he was their meal ticket.
Right. Oh, WR.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Lying piece of shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love these locales.
Mm-hmm.
It is now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Vincent J. McMahon, the father of Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, again, it was a different time, and there were territories that did not accept women's wrestlers, no
Yep.
matter what they did.
Mm-hmm.
He either made them a deal or made them an ultimatum. You either come with me or you're not wrestling ever again.
Yep.
And you know what? It still puts butts in the seat.
Yep. They love that crap. Yeah. Yep.
He's not wrong.
No, don't let your pettiness cloud your judgment.
Millie would rather make sure that the girls get paid than her own well-being.
Well, they're happier and they do a better show.
Yeah.
War of the Worlds. Ooh, that looks scary. Have you ever heard of that movie?
No, we haven't done that as a watch party yet.
No, but have you ever heard of it? That sounds like an interesting movie.
Yeah. Yes, Baron, I've heard of it.
Okay.
Baron, I'm hearing a little bit of static on your end.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay. Did it just start?
It started, but now it stopped.
Mm. How's that now?
I don't hear any static now.
Good, good, good. Good, good. Good.
Good.
Do it.
Do it.
$19.54. Yeah, hot Nana, yeah.
Well, Atlanta, Georgia, that's where the NWA had a wrestling league, and that wrestling league would later become World Championship Wrestling, better known as WCW, owned by Ted Turner.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if Billy Wolfe actually said that, but I do know that the bad guy, Razor Ramon, said that. The late Scott Hall.
Mm-hmm.
So that could have been their little nod to him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Don't ever forget your roots.
1984.
Mm-hmm.
Hot Lanta. Wow. I like how they do her hairstyle as they go along.
Mm-hmm. Changing it for the heiress.
Mm-hmm.
No, I could be wrong, but I don't believe they had red, white, and blue ropes during that particular time. I believe there were still white ropes.
I think you're right. I must break you. That's how she looks.
Well, I can understand why. It's not like they haven't faced each other before in the ring.
Yep. Especially with that dirty trick with hitting the knee.
Uh huh.
For a minute there, that ref looked like Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's like, no. Then you knew that the fight was fixed if that was him in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yep. She knows that weak
Yep.
spot.
Yep.
Ouchies.
Yep. Well, there's a way to generate heel heat.
Yep. And this is where we begin.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate that, Diane.
Yeah.
I don't mind when movies do this when it makes sense.
Yeah.
Where they start off with a particular scene and then they get up to that scene again.
Mm-hmm. I think this works because it's that cyclic storytelling where
Mm-hmm.
okay, we see this point and now it cycles back to it. It's not tape it. It's not taking anything away from what's happening, especially with it being a biopic. We already kind of know that. There's no big surprises. We're engrossed with the story, the evolution of the character. So we saw saw this, we saw how it began, and now we're to this point, and now we continue on. I think this is perfect for this type of movie, especially with a hero saga.
Because this is a hero's journey.
Right, it is. We saw the many falls, the many rises, and now we're at this phase. And now she's having to overcome. So, if this was a movie where it takes away whether the hero survives or not, then that's bad. Because whatever danger you put the hero in then is insignificant. But no, it's not. Yeah, that was lovely. Yeah. Could have been the hero.
Oh, very nice. Diane saying, thanks. You'd be surprised what you will find. They do a tag match of Cora and her daughter.
Mm-hmm. Everyone likes a good cat fight.
Yep.
You know, and I mean, I don't think I've ever said it on our show, but I've said it before. When you get women out there in sports, whether especially rugby, I'm being a rugby fan, I'm a big fan of women's rugby. Because as I say, they play the game different than the men. But my God, I'd be more scared of the female rugby players than the men because of the heart, the spirit. These girls are tough, right?
Yeah.
Sneaky. And
it's in ring awareness right there. She knew where she was. That's why she put her foot on the rope.
Yep. And then you're hearing these WNBA snots whine, pay us what we're worth. Well, if that's the case, you owe money because you're not bringing in. Why? Because unlike the protagonists here in this movie and the other women, unlike those women in rugby that I see play, even soccer, if you want to go so far as soccer and some of the other ones, they fought hard. They didn't walk in there expecting anything except that chance.
They earned it.
Unlike the WNBA where they walk onto the arena and they go, oh, you got to like us. You got to give us all this big money. We're entitled to this. They're entitled. And that's what's, with this movie.
That's their attitude.
Right. And this, when they say that we don't like strong women, we love strong women. The WNBA isn't. The women in this day are the women rugby or soccer or whatnot. That's why we appreciate them. And we admire strong women. Or as we were saying before, Gina Carano.
I mean, you think about women's wrestling, and you think about the Wendy Richters, the Fabulous Moolahs, the Mae Youngs. You had Jazz in WWE. You had Trish Stratus and Lita, and all pioneers for women's wrestling.
Right. And the thing is, you can see the passion. You can see in them on like the sense of entitlement from others. Nobody likes that sense of entitlement.
No,
unless you're played a heel, right? That's
the heel's the only one that can get away with that heat, that entitlement attitude, where you people, you owe me everything you got. The only reason you're here is because of me. And you want that heel to generate that heat, so the baby face comes charging back.
Right. Because it's an act.
Yeah. Oh, the gorgeous ladies of wrestling, yeah.
Oh, the glow, yeah.
I watched that.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, growing up in the 80s, would watch WWF Superstars and the gorgeous ladies of wrestling.
And the glow is still out there.
Yeah, the glow is still out there. And actually, someone who made it big as a women's wrestler in WWE, Ivory, she got her start in the gorgeous ladies of wrestling.
See, it's a big show, and you give the audience what they deserve.
Yep.
Which WNBA doesn't do. Yeah, and I guess that, because seeing things like this and the others, it makes me pissed off at how they act and how they are hurting women's sports and hurting women.
Mm-hmm.
This is what should be put out there for inspiration.
Mhm.
It's a fight. It's a hero's journey. Mhm.
Yeah, Tubi is a great service.
Oh yeah, they are. I love Tubi.
I'll definitely check out that document because they're always getting nice documentaries on there and different shows, different movies.
Mhm. Yeah, Gorgeous George. That's a sad story.
It is.
48 years old. Hmm. Ric Flair, the most copying that look.
Hmm.
Yeah, she shouldn't have been posthumous.
She should have been inducted while she was alive, but
Yeah.
I'd say the same thing when it comes to the Macho Man.
Oh yeah. Do you really want to mess with that woman?
No, I want her on my side.
Hmm. Yeah, Max Bear. We're with Max Bear there. Can you imagine? His son's still alive. Max Bear Jr., the last of the Beverly Hillbillies. Yeah, he did a good job.
Yep.
And there too. I mean,
Yeah. Like I said, she looks like Mae Young.
hmm. Gorgeous, gorgeous. It's, it's nice seeing the side by sides.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to cut it so quick,
Hmm.
so everybody could see it.
Very good film. Very good film. This is one of those films, inspirational that instead of worshiping at the entitlement crowd, this is what needs to be uh, appreciated fully by everybody. I mean, this isn't just a woman thing. This is everybody. A man like you and me watching this, seeing that hero's journey of a woman is and
Just
forgive
as
me,
impactful if it was a man. Let's
right.
face
It's
it.
no
A hero's
yeah. It's
journey
no
is a hero's journey. There
right.
is no, female, male, sex
Right. It's
involved
no,
here. It's a hero's journey.
yeah.
Anyone
It's
can go through it.
right. It's no less or no greater than if it was a man's journey. Why? Because each one has to face their own adversities. Each one has to face the persecutions or the bigotry or what it is that they have to overcome. But obviously certain groups can identify a little bit more, but still overall we can all identify and appreciate that battle, and this is one of those. You know, this along with A League of Their Own. I mean, for crying out loud,
Yeah, and we
talk
are
about
watching A
back to
League
back.
of Their Own next month.
Is it okay if I cry?
Go
I know there's
ahead.
no crying in there's
Go,
no crying in baseball.
well, you already know there is crying, especially last week.
Yeah,
Well, I shouldn't
I
say
know.
last week, a couple of weeks ago when Ryan Sandberg passed away, and I did start crying on stream.
Oh yeah, I'm just remembering that line that they had in there. There's no crying.
Yeah.
You crying.
Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball. You sure about that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, this is definitely no, again, these are the films we need. We need to have films like this coming out of Hollywood more. If you want to have that inspiration, this is it, not the, oh, poor me stories. And we're supposed to, oh, those poor people, let's just give them what they need at the end and have no struggle because, it's how else is a generation going to know?
Mm-hmm.
How else is a generation going to know how to get where they're at if everything's given to them? And if a woman like this can do it, and all the obstacles in her way and everything they'll go through, and the rest of the women that were with her, I mean, they just as much. They're trailblazers, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just a one woman thing. It just you happened to have one woman that was in the forefront, but it was all of them, and that should be something to make note of. Even
Absolutely.
if it's only wrestling, yeah, especially if it's wrestling.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if it's wrestling or if it's baseball or any other sport or any other field.
Yeah,
there's always that one person who's the pioneer that makes the first step for everyone else to follow.
Mm-hmm. Or to be there to help support too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're there and letting it known that they're what they're doing is appreciated and helping along that path along with them as loyal fellow knights or squires. It doesn't matter. They're charging that dragon, and this is what we want with strong women.
Yeah, and it may have only been millions of dollars that Mildred Burke was able to make, but back then that $1 million went a long way.
Oh yeah, back in that day, yeah, that's why. Millions of dollars. Don't think that's nothing. Remember the show The Millionaire, where John Bedford Tipton gave out a $1 million cashier's check, all taxes paid, to somebody, and every week, and that was like, oh my God, what you can do with that. I mean, you don't even need to work a day in your life.
No,
getting that $1 million. That's how much things have changed. And what things cost. I mean, a house costing back then maybe $20,000. A car costing maybe up to $1,000, $2,000 compared to what we got now. I mean, now you take a look at 20,000 and you're getting kind of a low grade, a low grade or less car. And $1 million, for some places, that's a house.
Yeah.
$250,000. Yeah. So, yeah, she made $1,000 or $1 million. Only millions of dollars is like, don't cry about that. That's a good chunk of change, and she earned it.
She did. She worked hard for it, and so have all the women that have followed work hard to get where they're at.
I mean, Eddie Rochester Anderson, if people are familiar with who that is, but that was Jack Benny's in the show, valet, steward, butler, whatever you want to say, driver, right? Played by of course. So you had Rochester Anderson, who was black, but he was the richest black man at one time in Hollywood, and he only had a couple $1 million, and that was beating out white actors and actresses.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you take a look at his house that he had. It's like, holy cow, that's not a house, that's a mansion. And of course, he was great. I mean, he was the perfect foil for Jack Benny. And people say, "Oh, he only made millions of dollars." Yeah, a black man making earning an annual salary of $100,000, being the highest paid black actor, and then going up, and it's like this. That's a lot of chunk of change, and he was popular. So when you hear millions of dollars and it deals back then, it's like, oh, I'd love to be able to get $1 million now and go back in time. And there we go. I'm set for life.
And when I saw this movie back in March, after it was all said and done with the credits and everything, I came out and I did my review for it on that Sunday's Pop Talk. I was recommending it to people because I really did think at the time, and I still think even today, watching it again, that people really do need to sit down and watch this movie. And that's what the watch parties are about, is showcasing movies that either are chosen by someone in the chat or decided upon by myself, or you have recommendation, Cash has a recommendation, to make sure that these movies are entertaining. Yeah, I know it's a matter of perspective. What one person finds entertaining, another person, excuse me, may go, I don't know, Mike, I didn't really like that movie too much.
Yeah.
But
hey, we're not gonna all like the same stuff and all that. It's just, hey, no problems. There are things Mike likes that I don't like. It doesn't mean, well, it means he's wrong, I'm right, but that's beside the point. But in all seriousness, it's like, it comes down, like, I don't like the Power Rangers, but people do. It's like, I'm not gonna bust on anybody for liking it. I just like,
no, it was like a couple of years ago when I did that Power Ranger stream, and you and Cash both told me, we're going to sit this one out. That was fun because the folks that I invited on were Power Ranger fans. And
I didn't step down to be snotty. I'd step down because I didn't want to insult the thing and waste a spot for someone who is a fan. And it's like, so I did it with respect, stepping down. It's like, it wouldn't be right for me to be there. And, and still today, if it was there when it was done for Power Rangers, I sit back and say, well, I'll just, set this one out of full respect. And I hope someone goes in there that really knows their stuff and wows everybody. And that's the thing. And it comes down to these movies, too. Some people don't like them. Some will like everyone, and vice versa. I mean, just like I didn't like Happy Gilmore 2.
No, well, I don't think any of us on the panel liked Happy Gilmore 2. I don't think anybody in the chat Pops liked Happy Gilmore 2.
Pops and I almost started getting into it a little bit the other day when we recorded our show, because he didn't think it was that bad. But he goes, but we're not going to be talking about that here. We're talking about, it's like, it's probably best. It's not that we be mean or nasty. It's just like, okay, we only have so many hours in the day to discuss things, and he's a busy man. But I'd love to talk to him about it. Don't get me wrong, or do something like that.
But the same jokes over and over again. It's like, okay, you're running this joke to death. Let's move on to a new joke. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he thought it was the greatest thing, but I know he's not as harsh as we are on the film.
we are like Jay Sherman. It stinks.
It stinks. Yeah. It's like, we weren't being hard on it like Forbidden World, not to be confused with Planet.
Yeah.
Even though, you have to wait until the Invasion USA one comes out, but we had a lot of fun with that one.
And Diane says Debbie Combs' best rival was Donna Day. Donna passed away, but they wrestled around in southern states, if I remember.
Yeah.
And Padawannabe says about Happy Gilmore 2, he liked it. He laughed. I think maybe you were the only one because I started making my commentary, but I did warn everybody. If you start hearing me make commentary.
We all did. But Padawannabe, well, you're wrong. No, I'm kidding.
And Tree Rock says, earlier today, I finished watching Gattaca, and it holds up to this day. I must admit, I got very emotional. See it all over again. Great writing, acting, music, scenes, everything. I miss everything that we need.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Logan's Run's a great movie. And I'm going, through the remaining months of the year because I've already got September planned out for the watch party. Whereas October, we are going to watch some horror movies. One movie we are going to watch, Baron, it's not going to be straight up horror, just so you know, but we are going to watch Ghostbusters. We watched Afterlife last year, but we are going to watch the original Ghostbusters. And I was thinking for that one, it would be a double feature because I know there's some people who, after we watched Ghostbusters Afterlife, they wanted to see Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. And I did say that, yes, we could watch it.
Yeah, that you did. I haven't seen it, so, it's just sad to know that certain things weren't long, didn't. No,
I don't.
It'll be interesting to see.
It's just my opinion, and I've said it, and this will be the last time I say it. I don't think there were things in that movie that were executed well.
Right, and I'm not saying anything one way or another because I haven't seen it yet, so I'll be interested to see it. So I'm not going to jump to it. Any conclusions one way or another. But yeah, I still consider Ghostbusters a quote unquote horror film. It's a funny horror film. Especially the fact that you have the human hedgehog as a cameo in there. I mean, that's Ron Jeremy. Oh, that's frightening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now in November, you know how I told you the other day how Tim came by and he had a good suggestion of Gettysburg and how we watched the first part of Gettysburg on a Sunday and then the Wednesday night for that edition of Pop Talk we finished off the movie because I don't expect people to sit through that movie 4 hours straight. I really don't.
I got enough hemorrhoids thinking.
Even with the Ghostbusters double feature that I'm planning for October, we're still going to take a small break before we get right into Frozen Empire.
Well, they need to reintroduce that in the theaters, the intermission.
Yeah. But what I was thinking for November is for one Sunday and one Wednesday is we watch Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima. Because I know I've been talking about having those two movies as a watch party, and that's what I'm thinking about having it.
Oh, yes.
Ever dive into true stories? I have. Yeah. I mean, we haven't done too many as far as watch parties here on Pop Talk, but I've done it on my personal time.
Yeah, well, this was a true story, so there's at least one.
Yep.
Super cool, yeah.
Yeah, super cool. All right, let me look that up.
Well, I'm trying to remember, what's that, Dustin Hoffman or Al Pacino? Trying to pull stuff out of my Swiss cheese brain.
I'll be honest, I've never seen it.
I've never seen it either.
Okay, it came out in '73. It's with Al Pacino
Yeah.
and John Randall.
Mm-hmm. A lot of those early films, I get confused with Al Pacino and Dustin Hoffman. To me, they always was like one or the other. You know, it's like, okay, which one is which? They kind of look a little alike, and yeah. Who's the one that had the little friend, and who's the one that had to watch Judge Wapner? Let's see, which one?
And you know, it's probably one that my parents did watch, but I was at an age where I didn't pay attention to it.
Probably one they didn't make sure he watched. You know,
yeah, when I was sleeping.
Mm-hmm. Or they might have seen it in the theater.
Mm-hmm. And Padawannabe says he's never seen Gettysburg. Well, I've never seen many of those historically type films. There were so many period piece type movies back then. I just lost track. Yeah, but I think Gettysburg is worth a watch. It's been a very long time since I've watched it.
Yeah.
I think the last time I watched it was when it was on American Movie Classics.
Oh, AMC. Ooh.
Yeah.
Now they show Real Housewives or something like that. I don't know. How the Mighty Have Fallen.
That was once a good channel to watch classic movies, and
yep,
that's a channel where I first saw A Night to Remember.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right.
And Tree Rock has Serpico in his collection.
Ooh. Hoity-toity.
I'm sure we all have some gems in our movie collections.
I got Flesh Gordon.
Hey.
We need that.
Savior of the universe.
No. Flesh Gordon, not Flash. Flesh.
I heard Flash.
We need. No, it was Flesh, and we should have that for a movie night.
What, Flesh or Flash?
Flesh. Everyone's seen Flash. Tongue firmly in cheek.
And yes, in October we are going to watch the original Toxic Avenger.
We're not going to say that. Ding, 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 ding.
If it's available to rent and we want to riff it, because I got a feeling that's all I'm going to do. Because let's face it, there are certain movies that we've all seen before, or we're watching a movie and all we start doing is making fun of it just to get through it.
Yeah, that's going to be one of them. And normally you don't want to sit back and already pan something before it comes out, but I just can't see this. I just can't see this. Especially with Dink Dink. The role he was meant to play, by the way. Dink 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 Dink.
Well, speaking of movies, let's see if the box office is ready.
I was hoping so. I want to see how Fantastic Four and Superman are saving the respective studios in brand. I mean
they're
skyrocketing.
They're not.
No. Yeah, I know. I saw Jimmy Gunn out there doing a bunch of double talking about the budget and stuff like that, and what he needs to break even. It's like, I don't think you're going to make it.
Yeah, but both good movies, Tree Rock. But we do have the weekend box office, and it's something we do here on Pop Talk on Sundays. So here we go.
Blue Thunder is a great film. Great film. Roy Scheider, Malcolm McDowell.
All right, so here's the weekend totals for August 8th to the 10th. And I only saw a trailer for this movie, Weapons, the other day, and I wasn't really sure what to make of it, but it made $42.5 million this weekend. Freakier Friday, the sequel to Freaky Friday with Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis made $29 million.
I honestly did not know that was a thing until yesterday. It was either yesterday or the day before. It's like, what? Okay. That was the first I heard of it. Good job promoting their Disney. I thought I'd go see
it. Yeah, we've actually used some of the movies that they have here on YouTube to actually do some of the watch parties. That's how we watched RoboCop a couple of years ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, the TV cut.
Yeah, I know. But honestly, do we even want to watch RoboCop 2 or RoboCop 3?
Well, 2 has some redeeming to it, but I've never seen 3, to be honest with you.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I never wanted to. It's like, oh, you're not going to have... Okay. So, okay. Yeah, I don't want to see this. And, and it's... and 2 I saw, and it's like, yeah, this is no RoboCop, but, at least I wasn't,
Anymore, TV, it's just not entertaining like it used to be. It makes me, just say, that's it. I'm going in the car. I'm going somewhere. I'm going to go take a walk somewhere. But Freakier Friday made $29 million this weekend, and Fantastic Four First Steps made $118 million in its first weekend. But how the mighty have quickly fallen, $15.5 million. And
this is 3 months.
Yeah.
Ow.
And
Mike, a 60% drop from the first week to the second isn't as bad as you think it is. That's what Variety was telling me. That's what Variety saying. Oh, no, it's not that bad of a drop.
Well, you saw that article that Cash put in the Discord.
I don't read
one of the outlets blaming fans for its failure. I mean, what else is new? Well, hey, I wouldn't suck because I had a gift card.
Yeah,
I thought it was okay.
I mean, they use that crap so much. I'm immune to it, and I just really don't care. And it's like if something comes in that says that, it's like, oh well, whatever. Yeah. I'm the cause, end all be all cause of the destruction of all Hollywood. I got
it. Okay, so again, Fantastic Four's budget was $200 million. Now I'm going to find out what its marketing budget was.
That's yeah. They may have a struggle to make it to half a bill if they're pulling in that amount after 3 weeks.
Its marketing budget was $100 million, so you might as well say it took $300 million to make the movie.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what other costs there might have been that they're not reporting yet.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot.
Yeah, IFC never cuts anything from the movies, but if you notice, and I'm sure you have, Diane, Tubi, whenever you're watching a movie on there, they never cut anything out of a movie.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And some can argue, but Pacific, it's made $434 million worldwide. So it's $134 million over that $300 million. Yes. But it's still barely making a profit.
Yeah, it is a loss. They don't want just a meager profit. They
don't want to break even.
More. Yeah. And basically that's what they're doing. And I don't think they're going to be getting much more.
And I'm going to say what I said last week when it came to Bad Guys 2. They don't want people using Bad Guys 2 for AI generated content. Well, it doesn't look like Bad Guys 2 is going to be generating much content after this movie.
No, 83 million. Yeah.
Yep.
Or maybe some people are going to, and it's not going to matter. They're going to, They'll accuse us like, well, who'd want to use your garbage?
Yeah. And
Ooh.
Seth
Ooh.
MacFarlane's The Naked Gun. I'm sorry. There's only one Naked Gun movie.
That's why I have to put Seth MacFarlane in front of it.
Well, that's why I did say Seth MacFarlane's The Naked Gun.
Yeah. I'm just reinforcing.
8 million this weekend. It has a total of 56 million worldwide. There you see the domestic totals and the international totals. But this movie's not doing that hot. And yes, folks, I am looking to see what its budget was.
To be honest with you, I thought it would do a little better than that. But, I mean, not that I was expecting to be going gangbusters, but I thought it'd be a little better than that. I'm absolutely shocked because there's so many Seth MacFarlane simps out there. Simps in fans, true ones. I
People
can see
who love his work and will support it.
Yeah, the Orville fans, the ones that like the Family Guy. I'm surprised Cash wasn't the first one out there. He's a big Seth MacFarlane simp.
Its production budget was 42 million. And I'll do the same thing. Naked Gun 2025 marketing budget, if that information is available.
Yeah. Yeah, this is nothing to crow about. No. This is nothing to crow about.
It's just given its production budget. It doesn't have anything for the marketing budget. I'm checking one more source just to see.
This is not good. This is not good for.
Yeah, there's no information on the marketing budget that I'm able to find.
Yeah, not only even the song. Everybody's talking about me. Can't hear a word you're saying. That song, I believe, won. And yeah, it's the only. But back then, X meant something different. It just meant that it was just to that level that we don't want kids coming in. It wasn't necessarily about the beast with two backs or anything like that. The intense.
It's more about the violence.
Yeah, the violence. And yeah, sometimes it was about the sexuality. But where is it now? 5 weeks. Superman's number 6. Oh, come on,
Superman is number 6.
That is saving DC and Warner Brothers.
And it's only made 331 million.
Let's click on that and see how that's all split up there. I'm curious to see what. That's domestic is that one, of course, So, but the thing is, as a sounding of what Jimmy Gunn's trying to sit back and say, that's not even going to make it to the halfway point. I think there's something about 600. And I think they're going to be lucky if they touch the rope. And then it's still a failure.
Well,
a Superman film should not be doing those numbers.
No, it's just like last week I went into our Target here to get a gift card for a friend for her birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm walking to electronics, and the way our store is laid out is you've got, the cards and, all the paper goods, crafting goods, and then you get to toys, and then you get to electronics. Well, right there on one of the end caps, Superman toys warming the shelf and pegs.
Yeah, that should be that shelf should be picked over, just like they had back in the 80s when they had the Justice League or the DC Heroes action figures, where you could make them punch and stuff like that.
Well,
Joker stealing the Batmobile.
When the first Jurassic Park toys came out, those shelves were picked over. The pegs were practically empty. And I know, different time, but hey, at least Jurassic World has made a profit.
Yeah. And of course, remember Phantom Menace when that came out? I mean, there were aisles, plural of action figures and toys, and they were selling out like mad. It's like, whew. And it just didn't stop.
Heck, there used to be aisles and aisles of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figures back in the day.
Right. Yeah, they did that because with the X, it kind of got sullied because the adult industry started doing the triple X, and theaters wouldn't take that. So it was in the 80s, I think, that they changed that to the M17. But even then, still, theaters were having a hard time putting those films in.
And Jurassic World Rebirth, its production budget was $180 million, and its marketing budget was $225 million. So they made some money back. They've definitely made some money back. So we're probably going to get more dinosaurs.
Yeah. But let that be a lesson between the two budgets and then what they're grossing in. It's like, you don't need to throw all this money to something, especially having Jimmy Gunn do it.
Well, I always bring it back to Godzilla -1. They only spent $20 million on that whole thing.
Yeah. Hey, is that Cat Video 2025 still on the charts? Is it beating Superman?
Yes, Cat Video Fest is at number 18 this week.
Holy cow!
Yes.
There it is. I wish it was in my theater.
Cat Video Fest 2025. I'm wondering if we should have that as a surprise watch party just to see.
Oh, that'd be that. There we go.
If and when it becomes available, I wonder if we should do that just to see what it's all about.
Oh God, I mean, it's gotta be stuff they already had on the YouTube, but still, I know exactly what it's like. Cat Video.
It may be stuff that's already on YouTube, but at least we'll be laughing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I am now, just because it's there, and it's like, oh, it's like, can you see it in the Warner Brothers office? You just lost, them yelling at Jimmy Gunn. You just lost out to Cat Video Fest 2025.
Yeah, and look at this F1 the movie. Look at its worldwide total, and then we'll go back to Superman just to compare real quick.
Whew.
All right, so you got Superman, and then you have F1, and look how close they are to one another.
Yeah, but they'll sit back and go, well, F1 wasn't a success because the domestic box office really didn't do that well. Please, an overall is still an overall. That's all I care about. What's wrong with this? I always thought The Clockwork Orange was a great comedy.
But like Diane's saying, people may not enjoy it now.
No. I mean, it's brutal. Well, I think there's a certain level of wimpiness that comes to that. How brutal that film was. But when that came out, there was a lot of brutal films.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is the brutality had something to do with the story. It wasn't just a senseless brutality. The brutality in The One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, it needed to be there to bring the point across, amongst others. And now it's just brutality for the sake of brutality. Of course, you're not going to be able to handle it.
And thank you for reminding me about One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, because I have promised time and time again this year, especially that would be a watch party. And I think that will be, our other watch party for November. So we'll watch Gettysburg in 2 parts, and then we'll watch Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima. And then to wrap up the month of November, we'll watch One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
It's a great movie.
Danny DeVito, Christopher Lloyd, both being in their pre-Taxi days, of course. Jack Nichols.
Yep.
Nicholas in there, and all across the board. And of course, can't forget Nurse Ratched, Kai Wynn,
Louise Fletcher.
Yeah, such a good actress that when she did her roles, you hated her.
You may want to watch Moneyball over F1, but Pat Wannabe has said that F1's good. Cash has said that F1's good. There are other people who will probably tell you it's good too.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I do too. I don't know if it's hard to find anymore, but a Grand Prix with James Gardner and F1, that'd be a good back-to-back, a double header. Because Grand Prix was such...
Other than Back to the Future Part 3 being part of our December watch parties, I don't have anything else planned at this time that's concrete.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but that was the one that was done in Cinemax, not to be confused with the channel, because they took that name from that. But that's where you had like 3 projectors projecting on this big, huge, long screen. So you had this big, huge, they're all synced together. So it made this film even, it was like the IMAX of its day. But
and Diane saying that was Stanley Kubrick, when he released it, never came back to the States. He stayed in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
And Tree Rock is saying that his dad liked Clockwork Orange, but he didn't.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. Stanley Kubrick stayed in the UK, but yet I can't remember. It was like not that long ago that they actually started allowing it to be shown. It was banned in England and the UK. Mm-hmm. A real true ban. The government banned it. So when they sit back and say about censorship and banning, this was for real, not the bullshit we hear in the United States from these sniveling little pieces of what. And so I kind of find that funny. It's just like Arthur C. Clarke. He left England for Sri Lanka because he was gay. And it was illegal to be gay in the UK, even though he was knighted and everything. He never even went back to get knighted. It was basically knighted in the mail. And yeah.
And Diane saying that the movie showed corruption of British government, how to restoring prisoner to a better life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, brutal story, brutal movie. Especially the inspection that's going into prison,
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not an easy one to get through.
No, it's not.
And I don't mean that in a negative way.
No. Well, it's like watching Downfall.
Mm-hmm.
Great film. Hard to get through, and don't you damn well dare watch it if you're feeling depressed, because it's only make it worse.
Oh yeah.
If you're manic depressive, make sure you're hopped up on your pills. I only seen it once. I have it in my collection, but I'd love to see it again. But I gotta get in that proper mind frame. And Clockwork Orange is the same way. So yeah, there's another brutal movie, foreign language film too, but a fantastic movie. And has the best performance of a person doing the little Austrian corporal. I think that's the best performance done. And of course, you'll see it. And if you've seen the rant videos, that's from that movie. So.
Mm-hmm. But that is the weekend box office this current weekend, and this whole summer has been quite a disappointment as far as quote unquote blockbusters are concerned.
Yeah. And I think this is also going to be helping open up some eyes, because you might want to see about the concessions, how much the concessions are. But that's the only way the theater makes money. But especially when you have less people coming to the theater now.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're having these prices for movies so high, that's the thing. Oh, we're not getting people coming in to watch our movies. What should we do? I know. Let's raise the prices. That's the.
I'm sorry, Pat. I don't want to be. I misspoke. I thought you had gone to see F1.
Oh, you should. You should. Watch it, man. Watch it.
But was there anything else that you wanted to say about Queen of the Rain, or was there anything else on your mind that you wanted to talk about, Baron?
Well, that right there, again, I just sum it up again. This is a great hero's journey. People should watch it. This is true inspirational. This film shows us why Hollywood should be ashamed. Not because this movie was bad, but because everything else is bad, and this is what they need to strive for. Boom. That in a nutshell. Of course, we did touch with Lavelle's passing. We did talk about Gina. Again, this was, all the stuff that even since Wednesday is just going down left and right. Batista as the Kurgan? Are you fucking kidding me?
I hadn't heard about this.
Yeah. John Batista is going to be playing the Kurgan in Henry Cavill's Highlander. You lost me. You lost me completely. Absolutely lost me. And see, that's part of the problem right there. Let's put the things that the trendies like. It's like the casting of Mr. Krabs in the first film was brilliant. Brilliant. He did such a great job. He was not a monodimensional bad guy. In fact, you almost saw the descent into insanity with him. When the first time you saw him on the battlefield in Scotland to New York City, you could see that there was a difference between the two, and you know why it happened. His obsession with McLeod and in getting the prize, that he sank into a level of insanity. And Clancy Brown did such a great job in that film.
Mm-hmm.
How can Batista match that? He can't. He can't.
I'm sorry. I don't think he's that great of an actor.
No, he did.
I didn't think he was that great of a wrestler either.
I mean, it was. He's good enough for the Guardian of the Galaxies.
Yeah, Drax the Destroyer, when he had that body build that he had at the time.
Yeah, but now he looks like that aunt who went away on a trip somewhere with her good friend and now's come back, especially when he's wearing the pearls.
Yeah. And Diane says, old movies from me have a lot better content subject. They were more real, yeah. Better stories, better acting,
yeah,
better subject matter.
Right. Well, and that's just it.
Pat has only seen Rebirth. Okay. Well, I misspoke.
Okay. I'm going to give a little spoiler here about the Invasion USA, and its relation to the other one, the Forbidden World. But basically, Pops and I chucked up Invasion USA as a bad 80s film that you didn't feel like it sucked away 90 minutes of your life. In fact, you were amused through the whole thing. And that's the one thing we have lost. We don't have that. We don't have that with bad films nowadays. You go see a bad film, you want to get up and walk out. And you feel dirty afterwards. Instead of turning into what it is. In some ways, it's harder to riff on films today because that's how atrocious they are. atrocious. What the hell word is that? Atrocious they are. But you take a look at the other ones, and it's like, yeah, these things are bad, but we can have fun with it. We can have a laugh. We can have a giggle with it. And the thing is the good films are to a level of the MST3K riffing. And you don't want that for a quote-unquote good film.
No, they don't.
And yeah, I mean, granted, yes. Even good films, we have fun, and especially when we're feeling a little more rowdy and throwing out and having fun with it. Depends on the nature of the film.
Well, it's like when we were watching Nobody. We were getting a kick out of it.
And it was a great film, and we weren't necessarily riffing, but we're just making comments that would that's different. That's when you're in a theater watching a good film and you're all out shouting and at the screen and stuff like that. That's what you want if there's going to be any commentary from the peanut gallery. But you don't want if you're doing a quote unquote high budget good film, you don't want to have the MST3 treatment. And I'm sure, especially the scenes that I saw of Superman, that's going to be such riff material. If we see and when we see it all for real all the way through, that is going to be a riff film. I can't say anything about Fantastic Four. I saw nothing of it. I know you have, but
I mean, like I said when I did my Out of the Theater review, it was better than the last Ant-Man movie. It was better than Captain America: Brave New World, but that's not really saying much.
I was going to say those aren't high bars. Those really are high bars.
It's nowhere near peak Marvel.
No. How does it compare to Miss Marvel or whatever it is that Brie Larson was in?
Captain Marvel.
Yeah, Captain Marvel.
I didn't like the movie, and I still remember meeting a couple of friends to go see it. We went and saw it, and at the end, my friend's girlfriend liked it. My friend and I looked at each other like, "What was that?" And there were these two girls in front of us that looked at us like, "What was that?"
Oh, thank God you had some women that said that were going to. This sucked. Brie No Ass Larson. That's how I always remember her. Well, she has no T and no A and no talent, but in all attitude. Again, she's one of the entitlement, and that again, which is one of the problems we have even in Hollywood with these actors and actresses. They feel they're entitled. Oh, I'm going to see a film. You must come and see it, and you must make this a blockbuster, and you must make me a superstar because I'm entitled to that. It's like they think Juilliard is a salad. I'll have a Juilliard salad, please. What? Juilliard.
They think that they're entitled to have a blockbuster, but it's not guaranteed. It's the same way I look at streaming. You're not always going to get the same audience for a game that you got the last time. It's going to vary in views, varying in people who are able to come by because people are busy.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, Tree Rock, is, this film that we saw here gives us hope. There have been some other movies that give us hope. Obviously they didn't get the love and attention in the form of being promoted, getting the word out there, getting on the backside. That's why things need to be. We need to go out there and pound hard these films that get no love from the Hollywood machine because they're too busy wasting all this money on something they shouldn't be wasting any money on. Since when does Superman need all this advertising? Since when does the Fantastic Four need all this advertising? Since when do they need all this tie-in? Right? They don't. And you know what's out there. You don't need to plaster the universe with this stuff. But Queen of the Ring, that needed some more love out there. Some more, let's get that out there. Getting her out there to talk to on the various shows and such, and explain why you need to see the film. And yes, exactly. Explain why, because that's what your job is. Why should we see your film? Well, this is the reason why. And I hope I got you interested. Right? Now it's just the fact, we just put the advertising out in the posters and come on, you can see it now. Right. And if even that much for some of these movies. And we do have good tones.
I was going to say, I think Queen in the Rain showed that for some in Hollywood, tone still matters.
Right. And yeah, but, I kind of said that there. But
I know, I just reiterating.
Yeah. And then, I know, aren't I a prick? Well, same thing.
Yes,
with
you are. Yes, you are.
Or just like Transformers 1 or the other, because of the horrid advertising they did for that and didn't get the proper love. And there are these films. They are out there, but it's not these quote unquote big blockbuster films, which aren't blockbusters because they ain't doing anything. They're not breaking any blocks.
They're not moving the needle.
Right. I mean, a blockbuster was, you had a line so long that was going around the block and people were waiting for hours because they had to wait through a showing and then go through another showing because these theaters were not multiplexes. They were either a single screen or sometimes two screens. If it was really fancy, at least in our area. Honestly. And so these films aren't even making a blockbuster. If you put it into a one theater screen, the Superman film, it wouldn't go around the block.
No, it's not like back in the day, like you're saying, where you get to the movie theater, you see people waiting in line to get their tickets because I don't know how all theaters do it in the country nowadays. I just know how my particular theater does it. You don't even go to a ticket window anymore. You go up to the concession stand and you get your ticket. Right. You get your concessions if you want concessions.
Yeah.
But used to be where you would go to the movies, you'd see that there was a line, so you knew you had to wait to get your ticket. Then you'd have to wait in the long line to get your concessions. And then you go into the auditorium, and you'd have to go find a seat. Sometimes you were tripping over people,
right,
to get to a seat.
Yeah. Now, if you're with other people, you say, "You find us a seat, I'll get the yum yums." But and here's something that many of the younger set probably cannot wrap your head around. But we had blockbusters in the dollar theater, 99-cent theaters, I should say. When some of these films went to the 99-cent theater, it went around the block and everything the same way. Think about that. The film had already been out for quite a bit of time, and it's still drawing those crowds in. And and getting to watch the film for $1 or 99 cents, I should say. Oh wow, what a deal! Funny enough, when I went to see E.T. in the dollar theater, there wasn't a line. But when I saw Star Wars at the dollar theater, oh yeah. Well, we didn't have arcades back in some of these theaters. Oh, hell no. Now, some of these theaters are too small to have an arcade. Southtown did have a couple machines out there, though, when we went to see, but that wasn't a dollar theater. It was a main theater. But yeah, so we had at least 3 machines. I was one of the first ones in line for Return of the Jedi there, believe it or not. Oh.
The Man's Theater in Oceanside, California had one arcade machine, and that was it.
Yeah. Yeah, those started coming a little after when they started realizing, people are waiting in line, or waiting here and such. I know, why don't we make some more money,
Mom, I need some money. What happened to the money I gave you? I spent it all on the arcade machine. Spent it all on quarters. I gave you that money for snacks, not for a video game.
Yeah, I got jousted on Joust.
I was playing Wild Gunman.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, it is. It's a completely different movie-going experience nowadays.
Yeah, and the funny thing, even with streaming, it shouldn't be that way. We should all still want to have that communal experience with a big screen. Well, and that's just it. The screens aren't that big anymore.
What are you talking about, Baron? We got these big HD TVs.
Mm-hmm. That's why people want to see the IMAX films.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's getting back to some semblance of having a big screen experience that we were used to. But yeah, I mean, that's just it. You go in some of these, these theaters, and yeah, it's like, you see big screen TVs in a sports bar, just as big, if not bigger.
All right, Baron, we're gonna have to use our brains and dig into that information. Because Diane has a question for us, and it's, what's the first movie we remember seeing?
Benji.
Not a bad choice. Not a bad choice. But I can distinctly remember the first movie that I saw with my grandmother on my mom's side and my sister was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Mm-hmm. Benji was such a big thing back in that day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, saw Benji.
Well, with the same grandmother, my sister and I went and saw Benji the Hunted.
Yep. I remember when that came out. Someone did a radio bit on that for one of the morning shows. And it was Benji the Hunted, and it was Arnold Schwarzenegger that was hunting Benji down. And I think, he kind of Terminator-esque. It's like, it was hysterical. I wish I had a copy of that.
Let me see. I thought there was something that I found funny the other day. I just don't know if I saved it on my X feed.
I saw a lot of those Disney films, and I'm not talking about Snow White or whatever. The Computer Wore Tennis Shoes, the Nutty Professor, the original one, right? So, I was watching Kurt Russell films when he was a Disney boy, and you know what? I bet you there are people today that don't realize he was one of the Disney child actors that they had, and that definitely Escape from New York helped him break away from that successfully. But the thing didn't hurt either.
No, I didn't save it.
Bad boy. But yeah, I mean, I remember seeing there was one with Elliot Gould where he crashed his B-29 plane that he was flying around, and it was like something Noah's Ark. I remember that one, and they turned it into like a boat so they could get to safety. I remember seeing that in the theater. I remember seeing some of the Warner Brother ones that they had, basically where they took the cartoons and then added like little parts to put the vignettes together, type of ones, Of course, the Charlie Brown films. Films, I saw a lot of those. Escape, Run for, Snoopy Come Home. That was the big one. But, Race for Your Life, Charlie Brown. And, yeah.
And Tree Rock says the first movie he remembers seeing is Star Wars. The second, he thinks it was Close Encounters.
And
Diane has a recommendation, and it's Hush Hush, Sweet Charlotte. Eddie Davis and Joseph Cotton.
I haven't heard that one mentioned in a long time.
I don't think I've ever seen it, and if I have,
no,
I forgot about it. It could have been one that my grandmothers were watching at one point.
I have not seen it, but I've heard of it, and I knew it was like a Betty Davis movie because it's like when I was in those formative years and all that, everyone was going crazy over James Dean, Marilyn Monroe, and of course, Betty Davis, because Betty Davis Eyes, even though the song was old at that time, it was already old at that time. So needless to say, you're bringing that up. Oh, Betty Davis. So people would be quoting all her films, and it's like, okay, yeah.
I think one movie that we should watch for next year, or I could put it in for this year's watch party in December, is Driving Miss Daisy.
Driving Miss Crazy.
No, that's what you do with the lone suffering, Baron.
I know. That's what I was doing when I was having to drive her everywhere as her chauffeur. Oh, I saw Chris in the same 99-cent theater I saw E.T. I also saw Time Bandits there, so got to see it on the big screen. That was an odd movie.
I've never seen it. I never had any interest in seeing it. I saw the trailer and said, "This is weird. I'm not watching."
The original one, the
That
Terry
was just-
Gilliam one with David Warner.
Yes. I thought it was weird when I was a kid.
It was weird. Oh man, you need to watch it again with older eyes.
Careful, I might look at you through my camera at one point if I turn it on and say, "It stinks."
Oh, come on, Terry Gilliam, director. George Harrison financing. Look in the cast. Shirley Duvall, I believe, was in that one. John Cleese, David Warner, Sean Connery. Come on. And Terry Gilliam being a Minnesota boy. Come on.
Well, we'll see.
Even though he's an expat now.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
I thought you were talking about this new so-called series of Time Bandits. But it's like,
No.
how can you badmouth that? How can you badmouth that?
Like I said, even as a kid, I looked at Time Bandits and I said, "This is weird."
Can I have the number to your therapist? Because I want to talk to them so they can get you over this issue. I'm just saying.
He always pushes my buttons, folks.
But the thing is this is how we deal with dissent amongst the ranks here. With you didn't like it. We're doing it, tongue in cheek and having fun with it. We're it's like we're not going to fight it out. I mean,
No.
when they sit back and say about, "Oh, you guys don't like anything, so you're going to fight," and blah blah blah.
Well, that's why you went.
That's
why you went to sumo and made that so. Because we did have one person come by one time thinking, "You guys don't like anything."
No,
we're critical about certain things that don't make sense.
Right.
We try to wrap our brains around it. It's like logic dictates that this plot
sucks.
is absolutely horrible. Spock, what do you make of this? Complete gibberish, Captain.
And it was. But, and that's just it. That's how we did things back in the day when we had fans get together. We weren't necessarily getting on each other's, heated fights.
Heated fights. What we did sometimes? We would grab a super soaker and get it full of water, pump it up, and go.
What? You used water? We used gasoline and had a candle nearby.
Listen, I don't want to know what else you guys did in Minnesota.
Don't? Okay. By the way, true story. Not bullshit.
Why am I not surprised? Are you surprised about this long suffering? I'm not surprised.
Oh, she knows all about it. She can sit back and put and comment that I'm not BSing about that. But yeah, I mean, it's once we got behind the monitors and started becoming keyboard warriors, and when people started getting nasty because you don't like what they like, and that's sad. It's the Sidney Lumet movie.
No, I can't say I have.
No. Put me in a timeout if you have to, but I didn't. No, I haven't.
And your wife is saying that she and her brother were dropped off at the movies when she was 5 years old, and her brother said, "You don't know me."
Yep. No, Mom didn't tell you. She didn't know about it. I told the story. At least I don't think she told the story. Maybe she did know. No.
You know, being the younger sibling, and you have an older sibling, there are times they do look at you like, "I don't know you, you little runt. Go away."
Maybe Mom said something because she already heard the story. I think that might have been the case. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff back in the day. Oh, but and you know, even going to a small theater for a smaller film was still a fun adventure. You know, it was like we're going to the theater to see a movie, not a glorified TV show, or a movie for that matter, glorified TV movie. Even though Buck Rogers and Battlestar Galactica were. Because they took Buck Rogers, it was supposed to be for a television pilot, but they thought, hey, let's put it in the theater, and which they did. And then they put it on TV, and then they added some fillers. And the thing is scenes that they had cut out and never put on any of them. It's like you didn't need to do the fillers. You know, scenes that you cut out that I saw like on a cable channel somewhere on vacation. It must have been some sort of special director's cut or something. I only saw it once. It's like if you haven't had some of these scenes in there, oh my, this is even better. But Galactica, you know, they took the Galactica and they turned it into a movie first in Germany, and of course they released it here to try to get some money back on it. Cut down significantly from the 3-hour television movie, but.
And I'm looking up Sidney Lumet to see if there's any movies that I've seen that he was in, and there's a couple I'm recognizing. You know, The Wiz being one of them.
Let's
see.
We're gonna what is it? Rock on down the road.
We're gonna get on down the
down the road. There we go.
I know, don't sing, I know. Okay, so he was the director of A Stranger Among Us. I remember seeing bits and pieces of that. But he directed The Wiz, and The Network, or Network. Sorry.
Yeah. I am mad as hell, and I ain't gonna take it no more.
Honestly, I can't say I've seen a lot of his movies, just a couple of them.
12 Angry Men. I might have seen that way back in the day, but
yeah, 12 Angry Men. I may have seen that version of 12 Angry Men in high school or junior high, or maybe it was elementary.
Oh yeah, Dog Day Afternoon, another Al Pacino film. He did. Garble Talks. Oh, Jiminy Crickets. I think I saw that one. Anne Bancroft, Ron Silver, Carrie Fisher. I think I saw that one, but I think I only saw it the one time on cable. Ron Silver. Now, there was a loss of an actor. He was such a good actor.
Now, Murder on the Orient Express, I have heard of it. I've never watched it. Same with Dog Day Afternoon. I've heard of it. I've never sat down and watched it.
There have been so many Murder on the Orient Express. It's like, okay, which one is it? You know?
Well, this particular one came out in 1974.
Yeah, Lauren Bacall, Ingrid Bergman, Jacqueline Bisset, Jean-Pierre Cassel, Sean Connery, Albert Finney, John Gielgud, Anthony Perkins. I mean, Vanessa Redgrave, Rachel Roberts, Michael York. I mean, listen, right there, all just what a cast! What a freaking cast! Albert Finney is Perot, and yeah, it's just what you can imagine. It's just. Oh yeah, Death Trap. That's the one with Christopher Reeves and Michael Caine, Diane Cannon. I remember that movie. That was a unique film. Oh yeah, Stranger Among Us. I remember seeing that. I remember seeing that one, and of course, all the jokes about her trying to pass herself off as a Hasidic Jew. Melanie Griffith. It's like, really? It's like, funny, you don't look it, as the old joke goes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I remember, I've seen that one. But a lot of people made fun of her being cast in that film. Not because of her acting abilities, but the fact that, at least you could have tried to make her look a little more aesthetic,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Baron?
Oh, good question. It's. Oh, I don't know.
I'm only
got off
asking because I'm always deciding which articles we talk about, and but, well, there's got to be something Baron wants to talk about.
Well, we talked quite a bit, but of course we were, been rambling about movies, movie style, stuff like that, praising this movie that we saw, and whatnot. Me self-promoting myself, and boy, it just, I don't know. I just, I can't really think of anything else. I know there was some stuff that frustrated me because of the quote unquote fur brains that call themselves No, I did not go back. Red shirts always die. I did not go there.
Thank God.
I actually sometimes find a laugh in it. It's like, oh, you poor, bless your soul. Yeah, you morons.
Mm-hmm.
How can you call yourself an expert?
You can't after you shared a couple of those articles last Sunday.
Oh God, it's like that, which of course falls into what old Pata was talking about. No, I've not seen the movie Dillinger. Sadly, I have not seen that one.
Neither have I.
How many people have seen Citizen Kane? I'm not being snarky with that question. It's for real question. Because it is one of the greatest films made, English language films.
Yeah,
and
we had to watch it in high school.
I just watched it on my own. I got my Citizen Kane book and everything has the script and talks about it in great detail. It's from the 70s. That book. It's one of those coffee table ones, but I think Cash wants to steal it from me, so keep him away from my place. But yeah, I mean, what a great film that is. That should almost be a watch party. And yeah, it's not perfect film. But it's
what
there's no such thing as a
anymore.
Right.
Even Queen of the Ring had a few errors, and one of them being the ring ropes in 1954. It's like, no, the ring ropes weren't red, white, and blue. That wasn't quite the thing yet.
Right. And the phone, the good slam down phones, they didn't have quite those type until you got closer to the 50s. So I noticed that right off the bat. It's like, wait a moment, what year is this supposed to be? I don't think they had phones like that. And of course, her, when she actually met up and was getting involved, she was a stenographer. She was not a waitress at that time in a restaurant. She had done that before, but when she met up with her future husband, promoter, or whatever you want to call him, schmuck, she was a stenographer. And so, yeah, again, it was based on a true story, which means, yeah, it's not going to have the history.
No, and they're going to take liberties like they do with a lot of true stories.
Right, because it looks better that she was a hardworking waitress over being a stenographer, because I'm sure not many people know what a stenographer is today. But they can identify with being a waitress or a waiter,
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm not knocking the film for that. It's like
it's just a couple nitpicks. That's all.
Yeah, or just pointing out and stuff like that. What did? Oh, really? Oh, because back in the 80s, huh? Well, yeah, it's been shown all sorts of places too. I mean, Turner Classic Movies would play it because it's part of his collection. But I don't mean, I don't even know if it's on Tubi or if there's places to watch it.
I can check real quick to see if Tubi has Citizen Kane.
I mean, well, one Orson Welles film I think we should all watch is Chimes at Midnight. His old passion project. Oh, a lot of people have not seen this film. Really, it's not a widely known film of his. It's basically him taking about 4 or 5 of Shakespeare plays that has Faust in it, and makes Faust the main character in his follies. And it was a passion project for Orson Welles to do this, which of course he did star in it. And it took years actually to make it, because he was basically doing it on his own budget, and had to stop, make some money by doing whatever work, then come back, get everybody together, and start filming again until they ran out of money, and then on and on like that. So until the film was made, and even then the release was not really big, and it took a long time for it to come to video. In fact, I remember the first time I heard about it, I think it was Roger Ebert talking about it on with Gene Siskel on their show, and because they have like the little recommendation on video they did for a while, or started doing, and he brought that up. It's like, oh, this sounds interesting, and it was still hard to find the film.
And Wolfe says Transformers the movie is a great Orson Welles film.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Megatron. Who said that? I am Unicron.
Yeah.
Oh, yourself. I have summoned you here for a purpose. Nobody summons Megatron. I'm trying to do that. Megatron's been beaten, battered,
basically
voice. It's
close
not
to
easy.
dead.
Yeah.
And well, yeah, and of course, old Orson is sitting back going, about I'm doing this movie kids film about robots. Of course, this is the guy who did War of the Worlds. Oh, I miss newspapers.
Remember newspapers? Yeah, ever get whacked by one?
Yeah, I miss newspapers. I miss the Friday Variety page when they had the listing of all the movies came out and what theaters they were in, and it just made you ooh. And of course, they had their movie reviews in there.
Yeah. Here's what I used to do as a kid, especially on a Sunday. Is I would hear the newspaper being dropped off. Yeah, now they would either throw it out off of a bike, or someone would be delivering newspapers out of their car. So you go outside, you grab the newspaper. Me, I grabbed the TV guide and the comic section. I was happy.
Yep. TV guide. Yep. Comic section. That's exactly it. Those are the most important part of the paper. Of course, those are the ones that they wanted to get rid of the most throughout time, and kind of have. No wonder why people don't buy papers anymore.
Yeah, I had to do that in high school too, Pat at Wannabe.
Oh yeah, we had it in the library. Every day there would be, the paper would be out there. They'd be on those long sticks, so you could just put it down, and of course by section, they were separated by, and I'd read through them, and of course, I when it came around to the comic page, I saved Bloom County for last because that was my favorite. It still is my favorite comic. But read through Hagar and BC and the Family Circus and Garfield, Dagwood. I mean, or Blondie. Technically Blondie, but it always seems to be centered around Dagwood the most. And Beetle Bailey. High and Lois, yeah. I mean, those were the days. Those were the days.
Starlog. Used to love picking up that magazine. I mean, that's how I got a poster of Lita from Deep Space Nine. James Masterson.
Yeah. Which movie you're talking about, Diane? Because they're saying about this new War of the Worlds and all that, and I think the biggest problem, except for the original one, that people are doing with these War of the Worlds film, I want to see it a period piece. I want it in Victorian England, and like the book. Mm-hmm. And I'm tired of having the Tom Cruise modern day vehicle, or because it's in the open domain, they have their mock busters and they're doing the same freaking thing. It's like, no, I want to see a properly done Victorian era film. It's like they did with Time Machine back then, George Pal. I mean, he kept it, Victorian age and such, which helped make that film a great movie. To War of the Worlds movie, but it didn't impress me. I'd rather have watched Forbidden Planet. Well, yeah, but good choices, both of them actually. I think both are good, as well as The Day the Earth Stood Still, which was meant to be done in color, but they just didn't have the budget for it.
Yeah,
just didn't have it.
All right. And, well, I think that's going to wrap up this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. But before we get at them, Baron, do you have anything coming up on Baron Orman Tagge's fandom legacy? Are you going to defend the border of Afghanistan?
I should probably do that. Because the long suffering is going to be at work. Keep an eye out. There could be Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies. No, thank you. I'm tired of zombies. There could be, because the long suffering is at work and all that. So yeah, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do that, comrade.
Yes. You've been neglecting your duties as a border.
I have been. Yeah, I have been, and I admit it. And we have to protect you vile capitalist pigs.
And you've also been neglecting your duties as a patrol officer and going around town issuing tickets and issuing citations to people who may not be crossing where they're supposed to be crossing. I mean, any chance you're gonna put on that uniform again and drive your patrol car?
Sure, I think I will do so. I think I have to. I have to make good to everybody. Orson Welles did not make the radio broadcast off the movie, because the radio broadcast was 1938, if I remember right. The movie was 1956. That was the Harryhausen did that one. but yeah, he did start it off as a Mercury Theater. They made it known it was the Mercury Theater on the air. They even took a break through from the one section to the other and let people know that this is a radio play.
Yeah, people still panicked when they first heard the radio play. I mean,
right. Not as many people as they want to sit back and say. Definitely ones around New Jersey. I don't see anything, and enough people that were watching it from listening to the beginning, or you had others that would go start switching to other stations, and when the other stations weren't doing anything, they realized what it was. But yeah, it did catch some people. It did catch some people, which shows that it can, a fool can be, you can fool some people some of the time. It's great legend. Oh, Earth versus Flying Saucers. What? You'd rather watch Earth versus Flying Saucers? Well, that is a good film. I'm not going to deny it. But
Tree Rock, you give me an idea. I would rather watch Earth versus Flying Saucers than the original War of the Worlds.
No. Oh, but one thing though, they did after the movie was done. I believe the Armed Forces radios did do a radio play that went over the air after that was based off of the movie. So that they did have that one. I actually did have a copy of that, but the more important thing that I had was on cassette. I lent it out, never got it back. But on one side was the Armed Forces radio. The other side was an interview with Orson Welles and H.G. Wells. Imagine that. Yeah, I mean, having both Wells in the same room. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you could probably find something like that out there on the YouTube or whatever. But yeah.
Yes, Tree Rock. October. War of the Worlds. The 1954 version.
Oh, 54. Okay. Couldn't quite remember what the, yeah. Oh, and again, it's like, all you have to do is see a picture to hear the sound. All you need to do is see the picture of the Martian war machine firing its gun, and you can hear that sound. It's like iconic sound effect. Iconic. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just getting your links real quick to put into the various chats.
Oh. Because I am not the missing link. Or Lancelot link, for that matter. I bet you a lot of people don't know who that is.
Right, but so we have to do that one separately because there's not enough characters left.
Who is?
It's YouTube saying nope. That's too many Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
There. Now all your links are in the YouTube chat.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll put them in the normal chat. Although I've been surprised. The last few streams I haven't really seen anybody over on the Rumble side. Usually I get one or two people popping in on the Rumble side.
What's wrong with you Rumblers?
He's doing another watch party.
Well, we're watching.
Well, I mean, I like to do the watch parties to take a break from all the other news every now and then. Yeah, if there is an important story, yeah, we'll talk about it like we did today. Talking about Jim Lovell and, of course, Gina Carano. But
yeah. Again, not a slow news week. So
no, definitely not. All right. So as far as what's coming up on Pacific414 for the remainder of this week, there won't be a stream on Monday, but there will be a stream come Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. and I will be playing the remastered version of Warhammer 40k Space Marine. Why? Because it's for
the Empire!
So I will play through it, see how it is compared to the version that came out in 2011, 2012, and whether it's as bad as some people are saying or if I think there's really no issues.
Yeah, I mean, I just know what I've heard, but
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
one way or another.
And then Wednesday, we'll be back with another watch party, this time at 6 p.m. Eastern on Pacific414 Pop Talk. And this time we'll be watching Sinners, which came out back in April of this year. I went and saw it. I enjoyed it. I know deleted scenes enjoyed it. I know some people didn't enjoy it, but I'll let you all make that judgment for yourself. I mean, it's like I said when I saw it. Who would have thought vampires and the blues would work so well together? But that's like my opinion, man. So that's what will be happening on Wednesday. Then on Thursday, I do believe I might be getting closer to the end of RoboCop Rogue City. And yes, Lady Mist, the game is hard, and I'm not the only one who has said, yeah, this game's got some difficulty to it, but I'm almost done with it. So my goal is to try to finish it on Thursday, if I can. And then this coming Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern, I will be joined by Brandon, the anime guy, on episode 9 of The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion. And we'll be talking about In the Pale Moonlight, because I can live with it. I can live with it. And for anyone who has seen that particular episode of Deep Space Nine, you know exactly what I'm referencing with that line right there. I could have gone for the obvious, but I chose not to go for the obvious. Saying when I made the thumbnail, it's like, no, people would be expecting that particular scene to be the thumbnail. I'm going to go with something not so obvious.
Ooh, color me intrigued. And I can't remember last time I solved them, by the way.
But, you know, Baron, In the Pale Moonlight, that's one of the top episodes of Deep Space Nine that really showcased how good the show was, how it was able to differentiate itself from Next Generation and Voyager, which was also running at the same time. And why of the spin-off series, it's the better spin-off series when it comes to Deep Space Nine.
Right. In the Pale Moonlight is, not only one of the best, if not best, of DS9, but it's one of the best of all the series across the board.
And Lady Mist, I always appreciate you being here and supporting the streams. Really does mean a lot when I see everybody here. Of course, I want to thank Old Gamer 72 Cutlass for also being here today. Thank you very much. Also want to thank Shane, who's also known as You're Wrong. I'm Mike. He's Baron. Baron. See how I said that? Okay, I know.
Boo!
I know. Boo hiss. And I also want to thank Anthony Manzano for stopping by the channel and subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard. And of course, she's got to check on him. He knows he gets into trouble very quickly. But the law and suffering. Good to see you in the chat. And yeah, don't worry. Baron, he's like that child who you keep telling him to get off the furniture. What does he do? He climbs the furniture again.
Yep.
And of course, Tree Rock, thank you for being here. And Diane P, thank you for being here with us today. And Wolfie, thank you for being here today. Good to see you, brother. And of course, the Padawannabe was here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, Can't thank you enough for being here with us during Pop Talk, being here during any stream here on Pacific 4 and 4. Hope you all have a good rest of your Sunday. And if you can, please share out the stream and hit the like button. And also, do yourselves a favor and subscribe to Wolverine. Just hit the 3 dots on the chat next to his name, and it should take you right to his channel.
Amazing.
Yes. And Diane, may God bless you as well, and everybody be safe and well this week.
Yep. God bless you as well. Yep. Take it easy out there. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
No. And you all, remember, whenever I'm playing a game on this channel, don't ever give up on me playing that game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And also, an oldie but a goodie. Remember, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy. Take care, all.
Yeah.
Gotta throw that one out there every now and then.
Autobots, transform and roll out!